Hi guys. I guess there's no use in delaying anything here, even though I'm super nervous here. Thanks to 12 people for joining. I want to have a short chat, what we're gonna do today. So at any moment I will be looking at chat. If there's any question, I'm very happy to answer them if I can. Also, throughout the entire stream, my goal will be to assume that I have never done this before, or at least think like a person who would have never done this. Because I don't just want to implement things. What I actually want to do is teach you how you can implement those things on your own if it would be your first time. So let's check what we will implement today. I have actually not scrolled down too far, and I'm not sure what we decided on. So what we are gonna do anyway, because this is pretty much the basis for any SaaS product that I ever built, and that if you follow me, you will ever build. So we will set up the code base. We will actually use some code scaffolding because, as I already mentioned, it is important to have a robust basis. But what's also important is that you don't have to create this basis from the ground up every time, because there's a lot of stuff that will always be the same. And if you always use the same basis for your products, because you maybe create 20 products, not just one product, it is super nice to know that there's the same basis and to actually have some of your knowledge applied to all your products. Okay, so I'm just gonna read off the slides like in school, I guess. So we set up our code base with the code scaffolding, and we're gonna look at what's in there. We will use a cookie cutter to generate a base software project. Yeah, I can answer my first question. Hell yeah. Do you have any timeline or schedule for this first project, for example? Do you mean by creating? I have dedicated 6 hours today to do the stream, and I'm pretty confident that we can do everything in these 6 hours, from start to end. And after we generated the product, we will do user verification, the verification emails, and the registration. Yeah, I'm happy that you're excited that we can do this day, because this is what really sets you apart from other competitors. Use this code scaffolding, understand it, deploy it in one day. Pretty easy. I'm sure I could do everything from the generation to the configuration and deployment in under 1 hour by now. In the Discord, there was quite a few people who were asking whether we will use Git, or some people that would have issues with Git. We will create the public GitHub repository where this will be. We will also use this public GitHub repository for the continuous integration and the continuous deployment. So after we went through what we actually have at hand, we will start it locally. We will use Docker for this one. And then there's two possibilities. We can either start developing the actual features, or we could just deploy it to be on the internet for starters. Then create our features, and then use CI and CD to actually redeploy them every time we are confident that we have something good that we want to publish. Actually, I will have you guys decide if you want to actually create the features first, or if you want to actually bring it online first and then update it as we continue. Great. So these parts actually depend on whether we want to be online first or create first. If we want to be online first, we will rent I will actually do everything the way. One question. Will you do any kind of sketching to help understand the project conceptually? I will sketch it with words, if that's fine by you. But we can actually do other things if you're more confident with anything else. So if we want to bring the software online first, we will actually rent a VPS and set that up. We will configure a domain. I already bought one. We'll use a subdomain of fullcycledev.io. Then we deploy the web app to the VPS using GitHub and the deployment key and all the state-of-the-art stuff. And then we will set up the CI and CD to actually redeploy every time we are happy with a new feature. One of the requests was a social login with Google, so we will actually also add social logins. We will use the Django all auth package to do all the auth stuff for us. So we just actually have to sign up for a Google app and use the credentials for this. It's pretty easy. And afterwards we would do all the stuff that's below. So don't mind my vote here. I did not know I cannot change my vote. Actually, I didn't even want to vote, but I couldn't look at the results otherwise. So from what it looks like, the billing option is the winner, with snow plowing at the second. So option 2 is the billing and the payment system. I'm not surprised that this is something that a lot of people are interested in, because people want to make money with the product. And so we will go over using Stripe. We will also discuss and evaluate which way we want to use it, because there's the possibility to create everything on your own. You create the entire billing process on your own. You create your web pages for capturing credit cards. You create the websites for canceling credit cards and everything like this. You could also use a third-party SDK. There is Django integrations like DJ Stripe, for example. You can also use Stripe checkout with callbacks. I actually always developed everything myself, but I would really like to use Stripe checkout. I will present my reasoning for this later on. Because adding a credit card is super important and super interesting for a lot of you guys. I can totally understand this. And of course, with the credit card, users can easily buy product, services, and whatever. All right, and option 4 is snow plowing P2P system. Really cool. So this is just an abstraction of a lot of problems that people usually have, because the snow plowing system it connects customers and providers. Yeah, you can provide your services, or you can also find other people. And yeah, you can request the services. We're gonna decide live on stream how we wanna orchestrate this, because we can do this on a variety of things. A rating system and a billing system from option 2. So this would actually already have been a part of this, so it makes sense to start with this anyway. Great. So I'm gonna read some comments here. What do you usually do, online first or feature first? I actually do the feature first. I create everything until a release candidate that I can show to a client first on my machine, and then I do the online stuff. A touch late, but I'm also here. Yeah, admin, welcome. Redeploying with CI and CD with each feature addition sounds interesting. I think this would also be the way you do when you have already created a product. We'll be watching while pretending to work. Well, welcome. What about the front end? We will use Django templating for this. So every feature is completed with everything that you need, like the database stuff, the models, the back-end logic, or the business logic, and the presentation on the front end. Will you make the billing feature a reusable Django app? Yes, we will. Good morning, Sura. Thank you. Thank you a lot to all of my followers. I don't even grasp that many people following. From now on, actually, do you guys want shoutouts for followings, or do you rather prefer me rambling on and doing stuff? It's your call. I want to have this as interactive as possible, because I don't just want to have this, this is the reason why I'm doing a stream and not just recording a video. If there is any question or anything that arises mid feature creation, let me know. All right, great. Then get the hype train going. That means shouting out people. You said right. Let me do some restructuring of the stuff here. I have the alerts, which are right above my face or below my face. All right, I'll just move the alerts a little bit down, because I usually have the webcam on the bottom left. Well, stream-wise it's here, but it actually covered up most of the interesting stuff from the terminal, so this wasn't that smart. Okay, let's go. I just answer every time I'm comfortable. Great. All right. I'll just ramble on, and Twitch will show you the follows. Great. So, as I already mentioned, we will do a project with Cookie Cutter. one more thing. I'm gonna do this everything live. I'm gonna Google a lot of things. I know most of the things by heart, but you probably don't. And I want to show you how you would do it if you don't have already created this like 10, 20, 30 times. Okay. Let's roll. So we're going to use Django cookie cutter, a cookie cutter Django. It creates us a lot of stuff beforehand. What a cookie cutter in general is, it creates you a lot of stuff that's usually repetitive and you would have to recreate or copy from an old product. Cookie cutter Django has a lot of features. When you create the actual product or the actual software basis, you get asked whatever you want to include. What's always in there is like we're using Bootstrap for styling. You can of course. I'm gonna show you if you want to change it with anything else. That's totally fine. Actually, let's just create one. Let's just create a product here, and hang on. There must be something that I can copy, right? Oh, that's a usage, perfect. So, for example, for the dependencies that you would need, I have a blog post created on this one. So there's like setting up the development environment. Go ahead and follow these if you want to recreate it. I am assuming that you actually have your development environment done or can read this post. It's not that tough. All right, so we're gonna copy this. I'm gonna move over to our terminal, and we are gonna copy in this. We of course do not want the $sign at the start. So first off, if we have ever used this before, it will say, do you want to re-download? Yes, of course, because there is a lot of changes. So then you will be asked for your product name. I'm just gonna call it full cycle dev community product. Please be forgiveful if I mistype a lot. I'm super nervous. You can have a different slug if you wanted. This will be the prefix for all the internal app, which would be too long for my taste, so I'm gonna call it fcd_community. Let's just call it fcd. Let's call it fcd community. You can do a description. I don't care about a description. I'm gonna put my name here as the author. The domain name will be. This can be important if you actually know where you want to host it. Put in your actual domain then, because the benefit is that the code generation actually uses this domain for the reverse proxy configuration. But we will go over this, so no worries. I'm gonna host it at community.fullcycledev.io. Email will be whatever. Then you can select your license. If you don't want to have this open source, you select 5. If you want to have it open source, you can choose whatever license you want. Then it's important to select whether you want to have your users log in with the username or with the password, username or an email as the primary source of identification. I actually like email more. Depends if you want. You can also have email and the username, but it's just where you want where you want to log in from. Okay, time zone. You add your time zone. I'm in Europe /Vienna. I do not use Windows. You can have your some pre-selected stuff for an editor. I never tried this, so I'm going to use none. I will of course use Docker. Using Docker opens up a lot of additional features here. We'll come to them. So we select the Postgres version. I would always recommend using the newest one. You can select your cloud provider because you don't have to use a cloud provider. I am strongly for using a cloud provider mainly for the backups and stuff. What I use mostly is AWS, so the Amazon Web Services, and I would suggest you use what you're comfortable with. Then a mail service. Usually you want to send mails from your web app. Verification emails, notification emails, billing receipts, maybe if the Stripe doesn't handle this for you. And there's a lot of providers that are optional here. All of them are used with the AnyMail package, but you do what you like. The things I use most is Mailgun if I use an external service, or if the customer wants to have this sent from their own server, we will use 9 for the other SMTP. Because configuring the own SMTP is less interesting, I guess. We will use Mailgun. We will create a new API key for Mailgun. Just a heads up, every key that will be generated while the stream is ongoing will be revoked afterwards. Because, for obvious reasons, I don't want you to send mails on my bill. We won't use async because this might be a bit too advanced here. We will not use the Django REST framework. I will tell you more why later on. As a frontline pipeline, you can use options 2 to 4 if you're more experienced, but it will overcomplicate stuff for the stream, so I will not use any. We will use Celery. We will also use MailPit. Sorry, I didn't talk about Celery. Celery is an asynchronous task queue that we can use to actually have stuff done outside the main web app. The big benefits is that you can either have Celery running in a separate Docker container, or what you can also do is you can have your Celery run cloud native. You can connect to the cloud and they do their stuff. Depending on how you structure your web app, you might have some very compute intensive tasks. And if you execute those tasks before telling the user it's done, the user has to wait until this task is completed. If the task takes 2 or 3 minutes, this is very, very tedious for like a SaaS product where the user wants to have instant feedback. For example, a user wants to have a lot of data exported, maybe in a pretty format, and you have to calculate a lot of stuff. You would be better off telling the user, thank you, we got your request. We will send you an email once it's done. And Celery lets us do this, because you can have we will do this in our demo app, but you can basically have a task done by this, and it's a bit hard to explain, but I will showcase this later. And MailPit, what MailPit does is it gives you a front end, like a dev environment for your mail. So you can actually send a mail and you can actually view it locally without actually it being sent. This is only for development purposes. The next question is whether to use Sentry. Sentry is I call it an error logging service for simplicity's sake. What it does is whenever the web app has an unhandled error, you have basically a few options how you want to log this. You can either not log it, then you don't know anything that's going on with your web app, which I would never recommend. You can have those errors sent via mail to you. This is fine if you're working alone. Or you can use a third-party service like Sentry, where you have a detailed overview of all the crashes, all the issues and stuff that's happening. Like I said, if you're working alone, you can say no here. It's totally fine. You get an email with the full stack trace. This is super, super nice because customers usually tell you stuff didn't work, or I wanted to do X and it didn't work. And if you have your error handling, or not real error handling, but error reporting, you get an email with a stack trace and everything that was going on. If this was a post request because the user sent some data to the server, you can see what this request was. And with all this additional information, you can actually pretty much instantly decide on whether it's an easy fix. You can do it immediately, or you can maybe actually also log them silently somewhat, and you can fix them before the user really notices that's a big issue. One user in the Discord was asking whether Sentry was hard to integrate. So let's just go with Sentry here and show you how super, super easy this is. Use white noise. What white noise does is it lets us host our static files, like logos that we have. If anything that we have before starting the server is let's say anything, any photo, any video, any font, anything that you have before you start the product or the web server is a static stuff. Is our static files. The opposite are media files. Media files are things that your customers add to the app. Like if they upload a picture, that is a media file. And there are different ways to handle those static files. You can have them, for example, on an AWS bucket, or you can have the web app serve it on their own or on its own. I would suggest, if you don't have huge, gigantic media files, static files, sorry, to use white noise. Benefit could be you could have these media files be protected by, I want to say, Cloudflare or any of the huge networks, if that is any benefit to you. But for the sake of learning, we'll just use white noise. We don't use Heroku. I really don't like them. Use a CI tool. We can use a CI tool, or we can write our own stuff. This is really up to you guys. Since we will be using GitHub, I actually, let's have this GitHub stuff pre-generated. Then we will look over it, and whether we care, we keep it or we will remove it. Just saw a chat question. What is a CI tool? CI stands for continuous integration, which means every time a certain event happens, for example, if you make changes to the code base, something is executed. This could be tests. This could be tests. This could be the building of a product without the deployment, or it could also be, if I, for example, make changes, the Discord channel could get a notification that someone made changes to a repository. Let's use GitHub here and talk over it, and then maybe even remove it if we don't care about. Keep local environments in the version control system. Yes, we will do that because this will do no harm, and we don't need the debug feature. Great. Now that we have created this new project, let's create a GitHub repository and add it to that. So migrations are handled by, no, you mean the database migrations? No, they are not handled by continuous integration tools. The continuous integration is completely optional and is not required to actually have a working web app. All right, I said we create a new repository. Go over to GitHub, create a new repository. We call it FCD community, like the other stuff. Actually, I ought to copy this somewhere. All right, we're gonna have a public repository. This will be one of my very few public repositories. I aim to have more. Let's ignore the rest because we don't need a README file. We will also have a README file. Okay, now let's create the repository. We got it. Perfect. Let's switch over to the terminal. Actually, this is called FCD community. This is also called FCD community. This might be a clash. No, this is an underscore and the other one has a dash. Okay. So what I'm gonna do now is I actually clone this repository. I trust you guys have Git set up. If not, there is probably some way where they tell you how to set it up. Let's quickly go over it. If you're new to GitHub, you go to your profile, you go to, I really hope I don't leak anything that I don't want to show. No, never mind, you go to settings. Yeah, you go to settings, you go to SSH keys, you create a new SSH key by clicking here, then never mind, you click here on generating SSH key, you get a help article. This tells you how to generate a new SSH key and adding it to the client, to the agent. You do this, and then you're able to authenticate with the repositories with the SSH key, and you do not have to use your GitHub password every time. So let's go back to this one, copy this, go back to our terminal and say git clone and put in the URL. It says we have cloned an empty repository, which is fine, we know that. Now we actually want to move our files from our generated files into this repository. If you want, you can't really do this another way unless you're a bit more proficient. The easy way is just to have, this is the repository, these are the files that we created. Like, so if you want to copy all the hidden files as well. Like if you're on a Mac, you click, you type Command Shift and then the dot, to hide and unhide them. So let's copy them all into the other one where the .git folder is. Great. Now we have everything here. This one that we generated with the cookie cutter we can delete. Now we have this one. Let's add this to Git by using our integrated development library. Environment, not the library, your IDE, your integrated development environment. You can also use do this on the command line if you're fine with Git, but I'm assuming that this is one of the first times you use Git. So you use whatever you're comfortable with as an editor or an IDE. I personally prefer to use PyCharm, and I will use PyCharm in this example. So I open a project. Hang on, I'm gonna switch the screen for 1 second to not leak any of the private stuff. I actually did a lot of preparation and put this here. Okay. Let's go back to live. Perfect. This is the folder that has been generated, and I click on open. So time for some questions. Yeah, as your sysadmin but automated. That's correct. Great way to put it. Using Mac since early 90s. Never knew about that command. Well, you learn something every day. All right. So this is our initial code base that we have. Actually, for the sake of observability, I'm gonna select everything. This is my Git interface. VS Code also has pretty much the same. You can here select whatever stuff you want to add to your repository. I want to use everything, and I have a commit message here. I call it initial commit. I commit and push. There will be some code analysis. So it tells me that there are 5 to-dos which have not already been completed. But that's fine by me. I'm gonna commit and push anyway. Here is the check window. Okay, my window manager puts this full screen, but it's pretty much just to check whether this is actually what you want. You click push. Changes here disappear because they've actually been added to the repository. Go back to your project files, and we actually have a look at the repository on GitHub itself. Refresh this page, you will see that there are all the files here. And there is this little orange dot, which tells you there is a CI option already currently running, or a CI action running. You can click on this and see whatever stuff's happening. And there is this .github folder. There are workflows. There is a dependabot. Whatever this does is the CI is already mentioned. We're gonna look over this one, and then we might be disabling it if this is too much for us. If you're new and you don't care about this is totally fine. Ignore it. Delete the action. I'm gonna show you how to delete the action if you don't want it. But we're gonna go over what this actually does for us. So the way the CI files, if they use the GitHub runner, are configured with the YAML file. It has the extension YML, and it has basically, this is just a list of commands. So you're using the Docker build kit and stuff. It tells you when it's running. So whenever there's changes to either the master or the main branch, which you usually only have one of them. Main is the PC term. On pull request and on pushes. Pushes are when you directly commit code to or add code to the main branch. And pull request is if you have a second branch because you are maybe there's 3 people working on a repository, or you just want to try stuff out and have it on there. And then you put it on the main branch where the main code base sits. This would be considered a pull request. And the jobs are what it actually does. So there's 2 jobs here, the linter job and the PyTest. What linter does, it runs the pre-commit stuff, which is something that's also already configured. It cares about whether you have your correct indentation, you used single quotes instead of double quotes or the other way around. Now, linting basically, there are a few rules which also tell you, for example, you may not have more than 80 characters in a line. Linting is important if you are working on, linting pretty much enforces, I want to say, some code style to some extent. And it is important if you're working on a product with a lot of people, or if you're working on a lot of products. And of course, it's helpful if they all pretty much look the same. That's fine if you want to keep it going. You don't have to, but of course you can. And what PyTest does, it runs. You can look up what PyTest does. Something that's missed. It runs tests. What's also possible is to run MyPy. But if there's time at the end of the stream, we're gonna go over the testing stuff and what's I want to say sane. So this I actually got a notification right now that the CI run failed. Let's look on why it failed. I know why it failed, but because it's interesting, you would actually expect the first run to work. So this is a lot more than we want to see at the first. So whenever you click on actions on the top here, you see your workflows and you see your last runs. So the initial commit is the commit that the change that I made to the code base. And if you click on it, you see your two jobs, which was the linting job and the testing job. And the testing job was fine. And the linting job failed. Let's have a look at the one that worked. You have all the different stages in the job. It's really nicely documented what it does. It sets up a job, it checks out the repository, builds the stack stuff, and runs everything with tests. And then there is this super satisfying site that actually all your tests work. And linting failed because it is suggested that instead of having this in over 5 lines, you would have this over 1 line. The thing is, now that I actually look at it, I know why it might fail at sometimes and might not fail sometimes, because this FCD community is the name that we gave to the project. If this has a longer name, the entire line is too big and it should be broken down into multiple lines. If it's a smaller name, apparently this is one of the smaller names, you should have this on 1 line. And here, like, these are not in alphabetical order. You can nitpick this, you can care about it, you don't have to. For example, here there are a lot of free spaces. You would not want to have these empty spaces here. Yeah, this is fine if you want to set this up. Here, for example, this would be too much. You should have done this on 3 paragraphs. I don't want to lose too much time on this here because it's really not important to the overall success of your project, or to whether you can. It is important to success, but it's not important to get it running. So you can remove this in a variety of ways. You can actually go to your workflows here, and I think there's some way to disable them without deleting. I know for a fact that there is some way, but I'm not 100% sure where I have to click. You can also have this .github folder here. Actually delete this. Yeah, I have no idea how I can do this with a mouse. Now this is a nice lesson. You made changes to the code base, right? So now you have a new suggested commit. You can only commit like the deletion of the CI file or also the dependabot. What dependabot does is it takes care of whether all your dependencies are at the correct version. For example, here dependabot suggested that I would upgrade Postgres from 15 to 16. It's something that you can be really careful when updating your Postgres version, because they might be incompatible. Okay. So I want to remove both things. I say remove CI for now as a command. I push this to the repository. Going back here, I will see the .github folder is missing, and there is no orange dot here. There is no action running right now. Okay, great. Now we do have our initial project generated and talked over CI for 8 minutes. Okay, no new questions. Let's see what's up next in our, because I want to follow what we wrote here, so it's kind of deterministic. We set up this. Okay, let's talk about it before user registration verification emails. I don't really have to talk about this much because it is already there. Is it common for database versions to lose support or become deprecated? Yes and no. I wouldn't worry too much from your starting point. There are ways to convert from one database to another, but since this is a bigger step, it's not just changing the number 14 to 15 in your dependencies file and thinking everything is fine. You also might have to convert your backups. We will do backups from the database and then upload them to third party, to AWS, and then rebuild the server with one of the backups. So we actually know how to do this as well. And okay, so we added everything to version control. We already have user registration verification emails because this ships with it by default. So let's go over to step 4, launching locally and explain a generated stack. Perfect. So what we have here, actually my editor is a bit longer than what you can see on screen because as you probably know, the Mac has different resolution. It doesn't have 16:9. But that's cool. What I'm gonna do now is one question. Are you wondering how often you have to update it? I actually never had to update a database version in the last 3 or 4 years. They still work perfectly fine. Unless you do some super database near or very low level interaction, like if you would write manual triggers and stuff, it might make sense to change the version, or you would want to have some functionality that's not present. But I never had to change the version to stay online. Okay, so what we have now, since we're using this in Docker, we also have the Docker Compose file. The difference between a Docker file and a Docker Compose file is with Docker Compose you have many Docker files. Let's look into one. It might be easier to explain when looking at one. Right, so this is the local. We have one for local and we have one for production. Yeah, this is still visible on the screen. Perfect. So what Docker does, I'm sure most of you have already heard about Docker or actually worked with it. We have a variety of services here. Services will be transitioned into separate Docker containers. I am not going to use the Django REST framework and React. We won't use a separate JS framework. We will use the Django templating engine. And if we need some reactivity, we will use either Alpine.js or HTMX. Back to Docker, we have a lot of services here. We have the Django service, obviously, this is our main web app. We have Postgres for the database. We have documentations, which I will remove. We have Mailpit, Redis, Celery Worker, Flower, and Beat. So, you can have auto-generated documentations. I don't want to have automated documentation here because this actually slows down everything, and there is sadly no option to remove it on generation. So I deleted the docs folder, I deleted the service here. Everything else that's there, I'm gonna keep. Let's talk what everything does. Maybe actually talk about it line by line. We have the Django service, as we already said, this is our main app. We can have additional stuff sent here for the build. The context is where this will be executed. And since our our Django app is at the very root, or is it at the same level as the Docker local YAML file, there is a dot. The Docker file is in compose local Django Docker file. We can actually have a look here. Compose local Django Docker file. This is the Docker file for the Django environment. You can see this is running Python Bullseye, which is on a Linux. Obviously, it's on a Linux base. These are things that if you have successfully completed the first deployment, actually go ahead, look into what this does, try to actually understand this. I'm pretty sure I will do a separate video on this, but for now we actually, I guess, want to get going. Talking about getting going, I'm gonna answer a few questions. Will you post this to YouTube? Yes, YouTube and VOD on Twitch. The Twitch VOD will be deleted after 7 days though, so actually have a look at the YouTube channel. Swagger, we don't do Swagger documentation here. Sorry if you missed this. How did you put your local environment into a Docker container? Haven't used Docker before. Sorry if that's not a relevant question. That's fine. You're a bit late to the stream, I guess. We have auto-generated this project, and it asked us whether we want to use Docker. We said here on this line, we said yes. And it generated a Docker environment for both the local and the development, for the local, which is the development environment, and the production environment. You can have a look at each of the Docker files. You might actually want to change some of them or enhance them, because these are system dependencies or system packages on Linux that have been installed. If you want to do something that interacts with the operating system, you might have to change things here or add something more. Like this is the driver for Zycup. Yeah, it also tells you what it does when building the Django application. It copies everything from the requirements directory into the working directory in Docker. Then it installs all these requirements. Then the run stage actually runs the actual application and then starts it with the entry point. Image and these are just namings that you can actually find what's happening. Then there's stuff that it depends on, because Django needs the database to run, the Redis service, we'll talk about this in a second, and Mailpit to run. There's a few volumes where it shares data. There are environment files. We'll talk about the environment files when deploying. Ports that are forwarded, we need this so we can actually access this with our browser even though it's running in Docker. For Postgres, this is pretty much standard stuff with the volume declaration. The volume declarations are for both the data and the backups, is where the actual data is stored and where the backups are stored when we do backups. We will do backups and we will upload them away from our server. So if your server vanishes, worst case, you still have your backups somewhere else. I briefly talked about Mailpit. What Mailpit does, it gives you the option to send mails from your Django application. You can always send them, but if you don't have Mailpit, for example, you can have a different email backend, which could just be the console, and you just have it logged as plain text in the console. If you want to do prettier emails, for example, with some formatting, some images, some color, well, it's pretty hard to understand if you just see it on the command line. So you have Mailpit to actually see an email as it would be sent out. Next up, for Redis, we will use Redis for more than one thing. We use it as the maybe obvious thing, as a caching engine for Django. Because if you have something that's really compute intensive but doesn't change much, you want to have this created once. You want to have this computed once and then only update it every 15 minutes, for example. And the other thing that Redis will be doing is it will serve as the message broker for Celery, because Celery and Django are both connected, will both be connected to the Redis instance. And if there's anything new happening, Django will tell this, in simple terms, will tell Redis that there's something new to be done, and then Celery will pick this from Redis and execute it. So the next three are for Celery and the asynchronous work. Talking about Celery maybe might not be as nice as actually telling you what it actually showing you what it does. So we will the worker executes the beat, schedules it, and Flower is the observation tool. But we will actually use this then and understand this better. Great. So this is the local file which we will use to start it on our local machine, on our development machine, and actually develop stuff. So here is something that's not essential, but it's something that I like. I actually copy paste my local YAML file usually, and I call it docker-compose YAML. The reason for this is actually the default name. So if you just if you do not specify a separate name for the Docker file, for the compose file, it looks for docker compose.yaml. This makes all your commands a bit shorter and easier to read. Sorry, there was a pop-up here which I clicked OK to. This means whether I want to add this new file to Git. You see this in your on your Git interface here. The gray ones are the ones I deleted because I deleted the docs folder. I added the Docker Compose file, and I made changes to the local file. If you double click this, it shows you the change history. Previously it had the docs container, now it doesn't. Okay, great. So now that we have this, we can actually start running it. Great. Walty Baba, thank you so much for answering a lot of questions. Really great. One question, whether you need to start or shut down the Docker containers before you code. Yes, we will do this right now. Let's go. Okay. So I'm gonna resize my window to the height that you guys can see. Okay, you open up your terminal. However you do this, you maybe have a shortcut for it. You don't. I'm sure there's something up here. Now we are in. We want to make sure to be in the directory where the Docker Compose file is. You have a look here. This is easier to read. Yeah, we have our Docker Compose YAML file here. So I'm gonna do one mistake here on purpose. You write Docker Compose up. Tells me that Docker isn't running, but that's fine. Can't connect to the Docker daemon. Of course, you have to start Docker. Then there will be this little whale up in the top bar of your Mac or whatever operating system you are using. See a little whale here with all the containers on back. It says it's running. That's great. Gonna do this again. And this is the first time you open the project. This will take up to a few minutes. And at this point, I hope that the internet connection really handles, and the MacBook really handles this great. Okay, you say Docker Compose up, you see some warnings. We will see why the warnings will be there. And then it pretty much does stuff. What it does now, it downloads all the requirements and all the things that we need from the internet to our local machine. What it does now, I mean, it tells you everything on the command line. It's really, really nice. Documentation-wise, you have a look here. You see what's done. These are all the steps that we have been looking at the Docker file. Copies the requirements. Right now, it installs all the requirements that we have. Let's see if there are some more questions. Yes, if you're using VS Code, you can use the dev containers plugin. Very good. quick shout out to all the people that actually followed. This is really, really nice. Thank you all for joining. So we're using Celery now. There's a bunch of OK stuff. What it does is of course the project also comes with some initial migrations. Migrations are changes to the database schema. For example, what's in the database, what each row contains, all the columns. This is all stuff that you can actually read on. It's fine if you understand. If you don't, it's totally fine if you don't understand it yet. If you will ever have any issue, go ahead, ask in the Discord channel. We are very eager to help anyone out. Okay, great. Now, at the very end, it says the development server is running. And if you're on Windows, for the question is why are you on Windows? And I would suggest you use the WSL2, which is the Windows subsystem for Linux. Run it in there. But it's not 100% necessary. What's different though is that if you're on Linux or a Mac, you can use the 0.0.0.0 IP address, which is fine, means all ports, all addresses. Or if you're on Windows, you do this on your local host. You do 20. What's the English term? I'm not a native speaker, sorry. You do 127.0.0.1 with the same port, but maybe it actually does suggest you the different. Click on this, it opens up your browser. I'll join this together. Perfect. What do we have here? This is the way the web app looks the first time. How do you run it on WSL? Do you have to use VR? I don't know what VR is. I would assume that you don't mean virtual reality here. You can or you can't use WSL. You don't actually have to. You don't actually have to use the subsystem for Linux. But being on a Unix-like system, like the subsystem for Linux, maybe helps you better understand everything that's going on there. What are more questions? You can consult Google how to install. Activating the subsystem for Linux, you have to do something in the Windows project, in the Windows system settings. I haven't used Windows in years, so I'm sorry I can't tell you if it's still the same. Does Cookie Cutter also create separate settings files for me? Yes, you have a different settings files for both local and production. We will use them all during the stream. I have never had any issues with Docker or Celery or anything else on the M1 Max or the Apple Silicon Max. All right. So what do we have here now? We have the web app running. We also have all the containers running. Actually, we have, since I'm on Mac, I can show you in the actually. Let's do this full screen. What it shows us here are all the containers running in the FCD community project. We have we have combined logs, I would assume, where everything tells us what's happening. Can we not read this any better? Yeah, this is Celery worker. We have. Okay, this is way more than I wanted to tell you. Okay, anyway, let's say we have a lot of stuff running here, and you can see it's all running. It's all green. It's all good. Let's keep it at this. This is the type of web app we will be greeted on when we initially start up the project. We have a home page which doesn't say anything. We have an about page which doesn't say anything. We have a sign up page, which might actually be fine. Then we have a sign in page. So these are two things that we actually can use right off the bat. I can actually create a sign up, and I can sign up for an account here, and I can set a password. Actually, why not? Let's just do this. But we will be sent a verification email, and sending the verification email, we actually have to click on the activation link, and clicking on the activation link means we actually have to find the activation link somewhere. We will do this by actually having a look at MailPit. So for MailPit, if you actually have created this once, you can just type in MailPit and actually find it. If you are not, it is very important that you actually are on the right port. The web app, Django itself, is running on 8000. It's 8025 for MailPit, and it's 5555 for Flower. You don't have to remember this. You can look into your Docker file. It actually tells you which ports are exposed. We see Django is on 8000, fine. We also already knew this. Postgres does not have anything exposed because Postgres is only used by other containers or other applications inside the Docker Compose setup. MailPit is what we care about, is on 25, so 8025, and as I said, Flower is on 4.5s. Okay, let's open this up. We see there are no emails in your inbox. Fine, we didn't do anything. Let's call something. I actually don't own this domain, so I'm going to use example.com. Example.com uses super secret password. Actually use this one that ProtonPass suggested. Sign up. The verification email has been sent. We don't store this in any password manager. It tells me now to verify your email address. There is a little one up here. Please confirm your email address. You can change the content of this. Everything is totally customizable, but this is the way it starts. Hello from the Full Cycle Dev Community product. Me. You are receiving this email because what's important is there is the activation link. You click on the activation link, confirm your email address. That's fine. You sign back in with your email. Put in your password. You can say whether you want to be remembered or not. I don't want to be remembered because I will actually start up an admin account very shortly. Perfect. Now I'm signed in. I have some basic information about my profile here. You have a lot of email addresses. You can actually put up additional emails. You can also remove all of this. And there's some info which pretty much only tells you, it's just there to actually give you a starting point where you would put stuff. You can update your information, then your name is here. Very good. Great. So now we have a running web app, but we don't see much. Yeah. Let's go back into code and actually have a look at the requirements file and understand what we will add Stripe to the requirements later on because the payment stuff is the first one. So let's see at the base. As you can see, there's a base, there's a local, there's a production file. Base is what will be installed in both environments. For example, Django would be very nice to have in both environments, right? Great. So what do we see here now? Pretty much this really depends on the initial generation dialog, what we actually said yes to and what we didn't say yes to. We could talk about over all of them, but actually let's just go on as we need them. Local file has all the documentation stuff which we actually don't need. We could delete those, or which I decided to not include. Let's say it like this. These are things to actually make you more productive development wise. You have some testing, you have some file reloading, you have some code quality. These are only things you do while developing. You don't need this on the production machine. What you need on the production machine is an actual web server, which is Unicorn. In this example, we will use AnyMail to send our mails via Mailgun, and we actually want to use storage to send this to the Amazon S3 buckets. You use the manual way of setting up things using Django admin start project. Yes, I initially did too. But yeah, cookie cutter really saves you a lot of time. But the important thing is you actually need to understand what you generated, because if there is any issue, this setup is more complex than just the start admin thingy. But yeah, the way you actually learn is by actually doing this. So I would really recommend, after watching this stream or part of the videos on, if you're on YouTube now, try this out, maybe run into any problems, have a look at our Discord server, post your problems. We will, I promise you, if no one else helps you out, I will personally help you out getting your stuff running. Because this is really, really important to me, that you actually don't quit instantly because you're frustrated. Yeah, it creates all the templates. All that's yeah. Cookie Cutter is really amazing. Okay, let's see the way this is structured. So what we have here is we have dev container environment. We don't need them for now. We have our compose files. We briefly talked over them. You won't need to edit them if you're not using any advanced functionality. Maybe we will need it if we have time to do something else. Configuration, this is where someone asked about different settings files. We have a different setting file, yeah. This is structured the same way the requirements are. You have your base file, or we will configure an interpreter pretty soon. We have the base file. Base file does pretty much all the basic stuff. It tells you where the root configuration for the URLs is. Read over this, play with this. If you have already been using Django for some time, or at least once, you probably are familiar with these things. We will actually, of course, maybe install an additional Django app. Third-party apps, yeah, we will add Stripe here. Maybe we will add Stripe here. These are our own apps that we created. We will have the billing app to be reused. Then there's different changes to local and to production. For example, what we said here is, yeah, we have MailPit here as the email host. We have, this will give me some good example here. Shouldn't it be as the email backend too, somewhere? Okay, yeah, maybe this, oh, never mind, MailPit does work as a fully fledged email host. I bet. Sorry. We have the debug toolbar, which we can use to see what's going on. The debug toolbar is, where is it? Isn't it always on the right? Yeah, maybe this is on a different page then. We'll find it. Let's have a look at what's different for production. For production, different is the Sentry SDK, because we opted to use Sentry for error logging. We use we have a default a different backend for the caches, which will be Redis. There's some connection age stuff. Yes, we definitely want to use SSL. Different configuration that you may not have to change, or if you have to change, if we have to change it, we will go back to them. This is something that we will actually change, because we actually want to have a different authentication method. A lot of people ask it, consider adding this to the description. How do I add this to the description? You mean to the Twitch title? The admin, can you add this for me? You are a moderator, I think you can. Thank you. Custom domain for the bucket. We will go over this when we are actually configuring AWS to work with our machine. Maybe we should just keep going or start getting going. Yeah, English is hard. Great. Okay, so we want to configure our Python interpreter. If you're using VS Code, you use VS Dev Containers for this. I add a new interpreter here. Say it's on Docker Compose. I get a pop-up somewhere. Where is it? Here it is. It is hidden. It is back here. Yeah, server Docker. I select the service. I use Django here. It is this configuration file, which we created, a Docker Compose file. We hit next. There's some checking. That's good. Then with system interpreter we use Python 3. Great. So what it does now, it actually checks all the dependencies that have been installed inside the Docker container. Because right now, one of you mentioned the virtual environment. and we don't have a virtual environment like the VNF on our machine. We use actually what's installed inside Docker. So we wait for this for PyCharm to we don't have to wait to index, but it will show you that we actually have all the dependencies that we care about. So what we don't have installed, this is why it's still underlined, is Sentry. Why don't we have Sentry? Because we're on the local file. We only need Sentry in production. Okay, how do we actually edit stuff? How do we actually do things? We have a config file, which is fine. We will look over it as we need. This is the name that we actually created the Django project under. Nice Nyan progress, but yeah, this is the most important plugin that I actually have. Great, so what we can see here, we have the users, fine. Users was where we actually could change our verification email. We have some utils, great. We have some templates. The base template is what we will be changing and extending, because right now it says here, use this as a quick way to start any new project. The way Django works is you can inherit and extend templates. So everything that needs to be present on every site or on every page we will put into the base HTML file, which is, for example, Bootstrap itself, so the styling doesn't look as shit. Bootstrap also comes with some JavaScript. This is our navigation bar on the top. We also want to have this present on multiple pages, and all these blocks can be changed. Yeah. So if we want to, for example, there are different pages here. There is home, there is about, and the home page, what it does is it extends the base HTML. And we can, if we do it like this, we don't change anything. But for example, we have here this block content, which we don't like. If we, for example, copy this here and say, this is home, refresh here, this is home. Yeah, this is the way we did it. We will actually not use the home and about pages because these are just HTML pages without any logic. We actually want to have logic. Let's start with creating a new app inside Django for the billing. I usually do this in a separate terminal window. I say Django admin start app, and then I give it a name. We either name it billing or payments or whatever we want. I call it billing because I actually did this before. What this did is created a new directory, a new application, new app called billing. We moved this into the FCD community. It asked me to, hang on. It asked me to refactor this into this, and I actually clicked something without seeing. Move this in. I did change some settings here for the stream, as I'm not 100% happy with them. Okay, so now it is inside billing, and what has been changed is the name of the config does now have the prefix, so we actually know it is inside here. So if your environment does not add this on its own, you would want to change this. Okay, now we have a new app. What's more, we have to actually tell Django to consider this app. So what we do, we go back to the settings and the base settings. This one. You can also tip, if you're using the IDE, you don't actually have to navigate with the mouse, which is tedious. You hit double shift or whatever your IDE does. You go on base Pi and git push latest changes. Yes, I will, after adding this, I will push the changes. Here where it says local app and it says custom apps here, we actually added billing here. Great. Save this. And actually, since we're adding a new feature, let's create a new Git branch. We create a new branch. Use the IDE if you're comfortable. You don't have to use the command line. It's totally fine to not use the command line. Let's call the new branch billing. Create the new branch. Go back to our Git commit thingy. Select everything that we want to add. Here is one. If you don't want to have anything, something not recommended to add, there's this git ignore file in the root directory. You actually can add something here. I do not want to have the .idea folder, which is my project configuration inside PyCharm. I do not want to have this in the Git repository. You click on commit, select what you want to add. I want to, of course, change the commits, the changes to git ignore. I want to show you that I deleted documentations, whatever other changes I made, and also red are unstaged, which means they are not scheduled to be added. I want to have them added because I want to have the new billing app. Okay, this commit adds billing. We commit and we push. We have a look at the repository. Nothing has changed here, but there is this little icon. Well, I mean, there's this huge bar that tells you what happened, but on main you can also have a look at billing now, and this is what we just changed. If you want to follow along and build this on your own machine, you are very welcome, and I will push all the changes there. Is it possible to make all the templates inherit base HTML without always writing the extend stack? No, the HTML file needs to know where it inherits from. Maybe there is a way. I have not heard of any. I've never seen it anywhere in another project that I was looking at. Great. Now that we had this on the git ignore, we added this. Fine. What do we want to do now? Maybe give the user some view how billing, what happens when they go on the billing. Let's have the user go over there to the billing side. So to do this, I actually want to have one new navigation item up here. Let's call it billing. Actually, let's remove the about and do billing. And if we click on there, we actually want to say this is billing. How do we do this? Perfect. So in templates, we create a new directory, which we will call the same as the app, which is billing. Then copy then inside this, do a new HTML file. We call this creativity billing dashboard home billing home .html. It's a new HTML file. We add this to Git. We say it extends something, right? It extends the base HTML. And what it also does, GitHub Copilot told me what it does, but what I wanted to do is actually override the block content, or the content block. And yeah, all right, I'm just gonna. And here is what will be substituted by this is home, or what it says here, like use this document. I just want to say, billing dashboard. And here I'm gonna say, let's not do anything here right now, but let's do something conditional here, whether the user actually has a billing method already or not. In billing here, what we do, we define a new, there is function-based views and there is class-based views. You use what you want. For the readability, I do the function-based ones here because there is nothing non-visible, I want to say. So you give this your name, the name whatever you want, like billing home. It always gets the request, which is an HTTP request. You can actually, let's be super nice and call this the way. I'll call this HTTP request. We import this from Django HTTP. Great. This gives us type hints. And we want to do pretty much, actually we want to do exactly this. We want to return the rendered HTML. So this pretty much, for now, doesn't do anything else in terms of complexity as the the about page did. So how do we actually show this to the user in the navigation? Well, of course, we have to go into the base HTML and change the navigation there. Fine. But where would we link? We need to create a URLs file, or we will copy this from one of the other applications. I'm going to copy this from the users application, put it into the billings app. Let's see what's there. Stuff that we of course don't. We rename this to billing. We remove the URL patterns that we do not need. Here, just let's do this. Let's do an empty route here. Empty route means that we have this as the home for this app. Let's call it home. Here the view we have. How did we call it? Did we call it billing home or billing dashboard? We called it billing home. Of course, we want to import this, and then we name it something. So the name here is important because we're gonna use this name here to tell the template where to link to. We're gonna just use this home. We're just gonna call it home. If we want to link to this URL, the string name will be billing, and then is it called a colon? This one, like the two dots. I think it's called colon in English. But let's actually just go ahead and do this. We have this URL file now, but it's just there. Django doesn't find it on its own. What we also have to do is we go into the base URL spy, which is in the configs folder. You can actually also open up configs here and open URL. And these are your URL patterns. A lot of them have already been generated. You do whatever you want. I'm gonna actually copy this one, put it down here. Yeah, now I killed Wim. Great. I'm just gonna copy and do this without anything else. 4 stages. We rename this from users, of course, because we don't want to have this called users. This is important because this is what will be visible in the URL. How do we want to start it? We want to start with billing. This is of course now we have to tell Django where it is. It is in fcd_community billing URLs, and the namespace will also be billing. Great. Now this is a registered URL pattern. We go back to the base HTML, have a look at where it said home, about, sorry, and URL we change to what we had now. We have, if you use PyCharm, it actually tells you, if you type B, it tells you the actual string. So it says billing. Thank you, Yopet, for confirming that it's called a colon. Billing colon home. Great. And we also don't want to say this. We have to say about. We want to have to say billing. We say we hit the saving, whatever saving hotkey you have. Go back here. See, this says billing here. If we go here, it says billing dashboard. Great. So now we have our billing app with the dashboard. Yeah, we're not gonna be too concerned with the styling for this. We actually want to show you how to get stuff done. You can make it pretty on your own. You're pretty sure better at making stuff pretty than I did. All right, I'm gonna push these changes for you to follow along. Add billing nav item. Okay, there you go. Okay, so now we're at the crossroads. Do we want to continue creating more billing stuff and implement Stripe? Or do we want to use whatever we have now and put it on a web server? Your call, guys. I'm gonna have a sip meanwhile. Put on a web server. Okay, great. So to put on a web server, what do we need? Okay, it is pretty clear. Okay, to put it on a web server, we need a web server. It doesn't matter which one it is. I personally use Hetzner. I've heard Hostinger also has quite a good offer. Um, I will just show you the way I do it. You do it the way you want. I'm gonna. It's Hetzner.com. It's the provider I use. Yeah, I will log into the dashboard now, and I will change the scene for a second. Is this one? Give me a second. Yeah, because I really don't want to show you all the other projects that I have, and I hope you guys understand. Railway isn't bad either. I have never heard of Railway. The thing is, I'm really happy with Hetzner, and I don't see a reason to change. Doesn't let me log in. Why does it? Verification code is not valid. It is. Okay. So I'm gonna create a new project. You log into your Hetzner Cloud Console. Yeah. Then I'm gonna create a new project, and then I'll let you guys have a peek again. Great. We're back. We're in Hetzner. We're in a Cloud Console. We created a new project, and there's nothing in here. This is a completely new project. We want to add a server here. What exactly does Hetzner do? Hetzner provides us with a web server. It's the same that the DigitalOcean VPS does, or the Hostinger VPS does. VPS rental, correct. Or it would be the, I think the AWS instance is called EC2, and in the GCP or the Google Cloud, it's called compute engine. I'm not sure. I don't want to use any of the cloud providers here because they are super expensive compared to what they deliver us and what we need from them. The pricing of Hetzner, yeah, we're gonna go to this one because this is really great. I know Hostinger currently has a promotion, but honestly, I'm not sure if this would convince me to change. I have everything I do on Hetzner. So we use it instead of AWS, or it's a different thing. Well, AWS is a giant offer, right? AWS has a lot of different services that you can use. We will use a part of AWS for the media storage and for the backup storage, but we will not use it for the main home of the application. So let's go about creating a server here. You choose your location that's best for both you and your clients. Since I'm based in Austria, I'm going to use one of the German servers because they're closest to me. And of course, my customers are really happy if stuff is hosted inside the European Union because this is data privacy stuff. As image, you use Ubuntu. We won't toy with any of the other stuff. We use the newest version here because they only have the even numbers, which are the long-term supports. We are fine with a shared CPU. We stay on Intel, and we can actually, without any problem, go on with CX11. If we don't majorly fuck up with the creation, this will be fine for the first few stages of your SaaS product. I actually if you have read along with the story I posted on Twitter, where we had the product that was sold to Airbnb. This was actually hosted on, I think, this server instance here. Use either one. You can always change them, right? You can, if you're unhappy with the performance, or if you ever notice any issue here. Honestly, you shouldn't, because the way we design the app, we're complete super developers. Yeah, if we're not, we have to investigate our code first before we have to investigate our server most of the time. CX11 has been good. I've been too timid to drop below CPX21. This one, yeah. I mean, honestly, it's $1.50 a month. It doesn't really matter, but it's actually. Let me show you on the lowest server they offer. Honestly, even if you use the most powerful of their VPS servers, it's still a fraction of what it would cost on AWS. For networking, yes, we want to have an IP before, which cost us, I think, 50 cents a month. It's great. Then an SSH key. Do we want an SSH key? Yeah, we want an SSH key. SSH key, you have generated this for cloning from GitHub. Then you add your SSH key here. Give me 1 second. I will post mine in here, but I don't want to show you mine. So I have to change the scene quickly. We will shortly generate a new SSH key as well, because our server itself will also need an SSH key to read from the GitHub repository. We will not, of course, use our personal key. We will not put our personal key onto the web server. This would be stupid for obvious reasons, because this has read and write access, and we don't want to have read and write access on the server. Great, let me hide any traces, go back here, let you guys watch again. Doop-a-doop-a-doop. We added an SSH key. I click the add SSH key and copy the public key here. I know technically it's fine for you to also have my public key, but it's just not. Backups, we don't need backups from Hetzner, we will do everything on our own. We give this a label, which is, oh no, we don't give it a label, we give it a name. It's FCD community. I usually have server names in LeetSpeak, but I won't have this. My SSH fingerprint was visible in GitHub settings. Okay, thank you. I will exchange this one. Wait, so where did you get the SSH key from? GitHub? Sorry, okay. So did you use git clone like SSH-wise or HTTPS-wise? The way you cloned my repository, did you clone it via SSH? Okay, I'm just gonna show you anyway, since I already leaked the fingerprint, it's fine. You go to your settings here. It says SSH and GPG keys. Okay, you did via HTTP. Yeah, I would recommend setting up the SSH key, because you don't have to type your password, because actually we will create this server here and I will not even know the admin root password, because we will always do it with our, what's it called, our SSH key. You go to GitHub on this site where it says check out our guide to generating SSH keys. You open this one up. It says we generating a new SSH key and adding it to the SSH agent. You select your operating system here. You follow these steps. And at the end of these steps, you, let me give you a second. Does it tell you where it is too? You generate the SSH key here, right? Great. You don't have to change anything. You can use most default settings here. Then afterwards, actually this is not okay. Yeah, well, I'll just generate an SSH key for you to look, which I won't use then. Copy this. Open your terminal. Can you see down here? No, you can't. Let's go here. You paste this. You paste in what it said. You use your example. You use your email, your actual email. I'm gonna use. Don't use something. It actually doesn't have to be an email. It can be any string. You enter this. You decide the name and the path where you want to save it. If it's your first key, just accept the defaults. You can enter a passphrase if you want to. You don't have to. Great. Now you have generated an SSH key pair. It always it says key pair because you have the public key, which you tell your server, which you tell GitHub, and which you can tell others to authenticate with, and it has your private key, which I'm not sure if you're fine with asymmetric cryptography, but you tell others your public key, and then the private key you can actually make all the changes required. Now that we have generated this, yeah, it says us where it is, which is fine. We go back here. We did all this, right? So you add it to the SSH, to the agent. You copy this line, put it in the terminal, hit enter. What operating system are you on? Are you on Linux or Mac or on Windows? Whatever. If you are on Windows, it's pretty much the same. You just copy all the things, add it to the agent. This is PowerShell, and you're fine with this here. You click on, yeah, pretty much follow the instructions, and then you need to add the public key to GitHub. It says here where the public key is stored. If you're on Linux or Mac, copy this path, type cat, like the animal, paste this one here, and this is the public key. Then copy this here, go over to GitHub, add a new SSH key, give this a name, paste this here, and you're good to go by for now for cloning cloning repositories from GitHub. Yeah. The thing is, if you clone them via SSH, it will be the default, and if you clone them with HTTP, it will be the default to have HTTP. You have to change this in the Git settings for the repository on your machine to actually authenticate via SSH. And this thing that we copied in here, pasted in here, sorry, is what we also do on Hetzner here by add SSH key. Great. So now we're fine with this. It tells us our totals, which is, actually let me make this window smaller too so you can see the bottom. It's one server, it's one version 4 IP address, which amounts to a grand total of 380 per month, excluding taxes. Depends whether you have to pay taxes or not. I am of course operating as a business and don't have to pay taxes from other business, or no value added tax at least. All right, we click create and buy now. We're now greeted by this, I want to say starting up interface, where the server is being provisioned. While the server is being provisioned, I will quickly run to the toilet, BRB. I hope I managed to mute myself. Be right back. All right, we're back. I'm sorry you have to go in about an hour. We will be ready with the deployment by then. Okay, great. Now we have our server. We copy this. Any reason why HedgeNet's not so much cheaper? Well, they don't offer that that many different services. Like on AWS, you have a lot of stuff that actually can interface with each other easier. And if you have everything, and it's like if yeah, maybe it's the maybe you can compare it to the Apple ecosystem. Like if you have a MacBook and an iPhone and an Apple Watch and whatever crap else I have, AirPods, they actually interface extremely nice with each other, right? Which means they're also more expensive. It's just a service they provide. Since we don't need anything else, for example, if we actually only would have our Docker, our Django app inside on the server, and have our Postgres database not in the same Docker environment, but use actually a mail server or mail service for a relational database from AWS, it would make more sense to have all inside the actual cloud. Since we do everything on our own in our Docker Compose setup, we don't need many or any of the other AWS services besides S3, which we also only use for convenience, honestly. Okay, we copy the public IP here. We go back to our terminal. We log in SSH root at and then the IP. Hit enter. Yes. Wait, hang on. This was the wrong? Yeah, whatever. Okay, great. We are now inside our VPS. Great. What do we need before we can actually run our setup? Docker. Yeah, let's install Docker. So there's a lot of commands that we need to do, and we want to update the server, we want to upgrade the server. I mean, there are no updates right now, but it's also nice to update the server once you get it. It's not guaranteed that if you create a new Headstone server that it has 100% the newest things on there. But as I already said, I will Google everything as if I wouldn't know things, and I'm just gonna Google install Docker on Ubuntu server, and I actually want the DigitalOcean one here. Yeah, this one is great. You use DigitalOcean only for the tutorial page, because you can select here whatever version you're running. We're running Ubuntu 22, and it says installing Docker. Now we religiously copy all the commands. We update the server, which I actually told you to do. Sudo keyword would not be necessary here because we're actually using, we're actually logged in as admin, as root, sorry. Copy the next one. Wait for this to update. Will you be showing how to set up Nginx with SSL? Nope, we will not be using Nginx. We install the next packages. It told us to confirm with the big Y or an enter. Copy the keys. We add the Docker repository. We update again. Because now that we added the Docker repository, we need to update the recipes, let's call it. This is for verification purposes only. You can have a look at the policy, whatever it says here needs to be the same that says here, and it has to say Jammy. Yeah, it says Jammy because that means that we are on the correct one. Next, we install Docker CE, and we're also gonna install Docker Compose. Don't forget to add Docker Compose here. I'm not sure if this is in the CE. Anything else that we would want to install? If you did not use, I'm not sure if Git, for example, ships with Ubuntu 22 by default. So if you don't want to run into troubles later, add Git here. Add Git here, hit enter. It will compute how much space it will need, and then it asks whether you want to continue. This is something I did not tell you before. If this is a yes/no question, there will usually be one of the two in a capital letter. If you just hit enter now, it will use the selection of the capital letter. And usually you want to continue, so you can either type a Y, or you can just hit enter if you have never used the server before. I can answer a few questions. Dadman, thank you so much for adding the VOD command. Will you be showing how to? Oh, this I answered this one. Traffic. Yes, we will use traffic. and S3. No, yeah, we use traffic. We don't. We use white noise for the static files. Traffic also. The setup also has like the agent for the SSL installed and everything. So, but we will come to this later. We actually haven't configured our domain yet. Okay, now this one can tell us the status. It says active here. To go to leave this dialog, you actually have to hit Q. Great. Now Docker is running. If you want to, like in a few months' time, want to upgrade all the packages, I'm going to show you the commands here, and we actually restart the web server. And what else it will show you is that if you restart the web server, Docker will start on its own again. So you would say apt update. Aptitude is the package manager which we are using. All are up to date, great. If we weren't all up to date, we will also do upgrade. It would ask us if the space requirements are fine. Then we would hit reboot. This will restart the server. I'm gonna do this right now. Yeah, first it says the connection has been lost, which is fine, of course, because the server has to restart. I have heard good things about Hetzner and Appliku. Don't know what Appliku does. Maybe. Comments are always fine. If you want to engage in the chat, I'm happy for every message that's coming. Yeah. Afterwards, we can reconnect to the same server again. And now we're here. If you on your keyboard you hit arrow up, you can go to your last command. We're gonna use the status command again, and we see Docker is still running, or is running again. Great. Next up, we'll be configuring the domain. I think that's also what it says here on the initial post. Yeah, configure a domain and point to the server. What we need is a domain, and we need the server. We have the domain, the server. This is the IP address. I'm going to copy this IP address, and now up to configuring the domain. This depends on whether you have actually bought the domain. If you have not bought a domain yet, I would strongly suggest buying from Cloudflare, because they sell you the domains at cost. They do not add any additional costs up there. They don't take a service fee or whatever it is. You probably won't find it anywhere cheaper, unless there's like some promotion on any page. But I personally would never use GoDaddy. I've heard so many bad things about them, where they would hijack. Actually, I'm not sure if I should talk about this that much. Let's just say I would strongly recommend using Cloudflare. I will log into the Cloudflare dashboard, and for this I will have to shut you guys out again, because I can't show you stuff from my customers. Just loved one. Thank you for the follow. I can let you guys back in. We are on the full cycle dev.io webpage. I have no idea why they tell me it has 18 unique visitors or total requests, because if you go to the website, it has nothing on it. But maybe this is for all the subdomains too. Like if you click on one of the social links, after typing social, I'm gonna do socials. Oh, actually, I'm not logged in on this on Streamlabs. Ha. If you click on any of the social links, you can see. Actually, now this is a topic for another time. You go to your DNS and your records. Great, you have stuff here. This is my pages link, where this does my redirects, because I was too cheap to pay for any of the link stuff, because I don't want to pay any site $5 a month just to redirect to another link. And the reason I do it, so you can actually have, Nightbot just posted the social links. You see there's the YouTube link. It says links.fullcycledev.io/YouTube. And if my YouTube channel would, I can post this link anywhere. And if my YouTube channel would change URL, because maybe I can name the channel and don't just have the ID there, I could change it there and have it on the same place again, and don't have to change the channel URL everywhere. But that was a bit off topic, sorry. We are here on the DNS management for whatever it is that your domain is called. You add a new record. This will visually look a bit different on whatever your domain managing services. If you have it on Namecheap, it will look different. If you have it on Word4You, if you have it on Cloudflare, it will look a bit different. But adding a new record should pretty much feel the same. This is the name you want to have for either the domain or a subdomain. Sorry. Let's go with community. If you have an ad here, it will be your top level, like it will be fullcycledev.io. Since I'm gonna destroy the server after this anyway, I'm gonna call it community.fullcycledev.io. I post the IP address here. You can either have this proxy through Cloudflare or not if you're using Cloudflare. I'm gonna turn this off because it's not guaranteed that you actually use Cloudflare. We save, what? Ah, my bad, I did not post this in here, right? Okay, this is the IP from Hetzner. This one, we post this in there. We hit save. Fine. This is everything that we had to do on terms of the DNS of the domain. We should, in fact, if this has propagated already, we exit here from the terminal by either writing exit or hitting Control-D, Control even on a Mac, and we could now do SSH root at, and then it's community dot. You can actually use your fully qualified domain name here. .io. Maybe this works already. Maybe it needs some time. Great. We're now logged into the server without the IP address. The IP address is not that easy to remember, of course, but you will always know your domain name. Great. We can close this one here. Next step, of course, is getting all the stuff onto the VPS. This is where some of the opinions will diverge. Is it great to actually have all your stuff on the VPS? Is it bad? If you would run a multi-million-dollar company, you would not have it on there. Let's say it like this. But as long as you are fine with your SSH keys, people would not be able to get onto the VPS. That is, there will always be some kind of exploits for anything. You can theoretically be able to access to exploit Django to get access to some parts of the server, for example. This is a security topic, and I will teach you the way I do it. I've never had any issues over the last 4 years that I've been using Django for this. Right, next step, as I said, deploying the web app to the VPS for the first time. Okay, let's go. What do we need to do? We actually need to... Did I not have this one here? How do I go back to my thingy without showing all the other repositories? Probably don't. Okay, great. We are here. In fact, we could actually do this without authentication because it's a public repository. Since you will be selling this to your customers, I don't think that you would have this as a public repository. So if I would clone this right now, it would work, but this is not what we actually want to do. We actually want to have some sort of authentication for this. So what we want to do, we want to generate a new key pair on the server and give this read-only access to the repository. Great, so somewhere here will be deploy keys. Deploy keys, great. There are no deploy keys on this repository. Check out our guide to deploy keys, we actually use their guides because they are actually pretty good. We run the SSH key again procedure. Click on Linux over there because the VPS is actually Linux. We generate this. over here we say we're on the server now, on the VPS. You see we are logged in because it says root at FCD community. We give this a name. We can name this FCD deploy. Empty key phrase, click are fine with everything. We add this to the agent, we copy this line. And this, I'm not sure if we have to add this to, I'm not sure if we have to do this too. But we're gonna do it anyway. Now we have to do this, add this to GitHub, and you're now on a Linux system, right? Doesn't matter what you did before. If you were on Windows, you're now on your server with a terminal. You click cat, you need this one with the pub. This is important. Pub is the public part, and this is what's allowed to be shared. Copy this. Never share this one here. This one without the pub at the end is the private key. This is actually the one that can execute stuff. We go back to deploy keys, add a new deploy key. We title this I'm an idiot. This line, we need this line. I actually do have a clipboard history in case anyone asks, but there are probably some passwords which I do not want to share. When we call this, for example, Hetzner server, we can also add the IP address if we care or not. This is important. We do not want to allow write access because the server will only fetch stuff from the repository. Add the key. We need to authenticate. Actually, I use GitHub Mobile for this. Which tells me I have to open up the app. The app does nothing. Why does the app nothing? I enter the digits. Fine. Hopefully. Yeah, great. We added this, the deployment key, which is great. Now we can actually go back to code, copy this, go over here, say ss, git clone, clone this. Yes. Nice. So if we look at what files are on there, there is this FCD community. Now there's some things that need to be configured. We can either configure them now or try to start and then sort out the errors from there. Do we just want to give it a go? Let's write a command that we actually execute every time we want to change things. We will not log into the server and redo it every time. I'm assuming your guesses are we just deploy and run into errors and fix the errors. Yeah, I think that's a great learning experience. We cd into the FCD community. We write wpd for print the working directory. This is important. This is what will be prefixed. So let's craft our long command. Do we actually want to craft it, or do I just want to put it in? Because what we need to do every time we want to restart, we actually want to go into the folder where the repository is. Then we want to shut down the running Docker Compose architecture. Then we want to pull new changes from GitHub. Then we want to migrate these new changes. Because what migrating does is, if you're a bit familiar with Django, is anytime you change something inside the database schema, there's a new migration. For example, if I want to have a street name or an address for the user, I would add a new database field, and the migration would then also have to change the database on the web server, of course, where the production environment is hosted. So for this purpose, you know what? I'm just gonna be right back. I'm gonna paste you a command that I've crafted over the time, which is fine to use. For that fact, I will have to log into one of my client servers. Actually, this is one of my personal servers here. You can come back now. This is a long command, and we're gonna break it down so you understand. But it will do just what I said. So these are commands that we're gonna push into the command line. And what it does initially is it will always change by absolute path to the community folder. This is important because if you would execute the command inside the community folder, it would look for a community folder inside the community folder, which might not be present. And the way we do it here with the leading slash means it doesn't matter where we execute this command from, it will always work. Then we say docker compose. This is new because we say -f production YAML file. This is the production file. Remember, we had the local file and renamed it to docker compose, so we do not have to specify a file here. Then it builds the stack, which we did initially. Then what it does is runs the migrations. But it doesn't just say docker manage py migrate, because it has to execute it inside the Docker container. So the way you execute commands inside the Docker container, we will use this to create a super user later. It means you say docker compose, you specify the production file, then you say run, and Django is the name of the Docker container, right? Or Docker service called Django. And then this is what you execute. You execute Python manage py migrate to do initial migrations. And what you do then is you say docker compose production up. And you have this -d on the end, and -d on the end means detach. What detaching does is the command line doesn't stay interactive, and you can actually close the connection to the server. For reasons of observability, we will not use the detach mode here, but we'll use it when we're done. Okay, let's click enter, see what it happens. Could not find environment file. I told you before we'll have a look at environment files once we're done, and there is no environment file here. Why is there no environment file here? Because if we have a look at our project structure in our environment, there is indeed a production folder, but it is grayed out in my editor, which means it is inside the git ignore. Yeah, this is maybe not the ideal. Everything that's inside .env is ignored unless it is in local. So what's in production here is there is settings for Django and there are settings for Postgres. They look pretty much the same as they do with local, but this is in our version control system, and this isn't. This is on GitHub. It doesn't matter because we only execute this on our own machine. Same as for Postgres. This also is the admin data. And for production, we have we actually add a few more things. If you look at what's been generated on your machine, if you actually followed this along and generated it, if you copied or cloned the repository, this will not be in your repository. Let's see, what does it do here? We have, this is fine, this is a secret key, this is the admin URL. We will use this later. This is the allowed hosts. If you actually changed the domain from after what you added at the beginning of the code generation, you would want to change this here. What's new is email. These are the access credentials for the Mailgun service. We will add Mailgun API keys later. Here it requires AWS access for the bucket. Here it requires the access for a Sentry, right? But the file needs to be present anyway. So what are we gonna do? Let's go here. Use your preferred command line editor. If you're new, you use Nano. If you're a bit more experienced, you use whatever you want. There is Nano, there is VI, there is Vim, there is Babby. Is it called Babby? I'm not sure. You use whatever to go there. You can do it the way like this. You copy this. You can use Vim because I'm gonna say you whatever I'm gonna type. You copy this, you type Vim and then paste this. This will create a new file. You go back to your generated file, you copy everything here. Go back here, you type I, Then it says insert on the bottom here. You paste this, hit escape, :X, and are good to go. Oh, sorry, what? Can't open file for writing. The file does not exist. Usually it would create the file, but the directory, also the .production directory, does not exist. So we're gonna create the directory first. So to quit here without doing anything, you type :Q and an exclamation mark. Now let's type mkdir for make directory. Copy this one. Copy this to .n until .env. File exists. Okay, .env does exist. Then we're gonna add .production here. Production. Now we have this. If we do the vim command again, we don't insert this. We insert this. Hit X again. Great, now it worked. Yes, I know that we could use repetitive. I exited vim, yes, I must be pretty good, I guess. We do the same for, let's not run into the error now and actually do this for Postgres too. Copy what's in there. Insert this here. Exit this. Great. Now let's check out the next error. No error before building. It's not too bad. We will see the next error when running this stack. What it does now, it downloads everything that's required and everything that it's actually downloading more than what we had at the local build. What is Vim? You see here we have like this huge type of editor, right? This is actual software, which is a visual thing, and you can't do this on the terminal because you log into the terminal. What you need to do is you need to have an editor that works on just the terminal. One of them is Nano, one of them is Vim. Vim is for a bit more advanced users, but it can you can work significantly faster with it. But if you're new to it, it might be very frustrating. You basically need to have a way of to edit files on the server while being on the server. What's also possible, of course, if you don't want to go the route on editing files on the server, you can actually use the VS Code IDE editor and install a plugin that says, I think, SSH remote something. So go ahead and use this one, that you can actually browse the files in your VS Code that are on the server, edit them, add new files, and don't have to bother working on the command line. But it's significantly faster to do it this way, and if you have some capabilities or some free time, I would suggest giving it a shot. Primeagen has a very great Vim tutorial. Yes, he also has some great stuff on NeoVim. But this is also very rather advanced, and I wouldn't touch NeoVim unless you're comfortable with learning or already writing Lua. As I mentioned, the first application start will always take some time because the entire server is going to be configured. Or is being configured? Yeah, I think that's right. You can always follow what it does. Right now it does, we can see it installs all the production files, all the Python dependencies or packages that we need on the production side. Yeah, I also kept a bit higher. You need a bio break. Okay. How long do you need? Are you go right now, and I'm gonna wait until you say you're back. Okay. I give you 2 minutes max. Throttle. Let's go. 2 minutes. Let's go. So we're gonna wait until 11:06. That's only 1 minute then. If you've been sorry, I guess I shouldn't talk about these things. I just wanted to explain a few errors that are gonna come up. For VOD views that can actually pause the video and don't have to go on a bio break. If you have any questions, you can't, of course, use the live stream chat. You go to our Discord server and ask here. We have a few channels. Maybe there are more the time you're coming. You can use, of course, if there's anything you don't know how to do, you use the respective channel, of course. We are very happy to answer all your questions. If you have suggestions that we might do, sure, go ahead. If there's some business stuff that you want to see, go on. You're back, great. You need to leave soon. A quick recap of things we've done so far. Okay, we generated the application. We added a meaningless new application. We generated the entire project, added it to Git. We added a meaningless new billing application that we didn't do much with yet. We rented a server, we configured the server, we put the stuff on the server, and actually just now got everything going. I think that's it. I hope that this works. Yeah, we also maybe have bought a domain while we were at it. Now, actually, you see there is, we will have a lot of errors now because we didn't configure our email stuff yet, we didn't configure Sentry, we didn't configure the Amazon stuff, so errors will arise. Great, but now to start without any errors, so we can actually go to the website. We go to community.fullcycledev.io and should be seeing something. Yes, we saw everything that we saw back there. If we want to sign up now with any email address, let's do this one with any password. I'm gonna just copy this here, paste it in here. It won't work anyway. It will crash. Ooh, 500. Something went wrong. What did go wrong? Yeah, well, it should have sent me a verification email, but I don't have an email backend connected. So there are no errors here because it's configured to tell Sentry what's going on. Yeah, maybe let's go ahead and what we need to do now to get this error, this is the email sending error, right? So what would we need to do? Of course, get some email backend going. We do Ctrl+C here to stop the stack here, which means this won't work again. If we go here, this is blank. Yes, very good. We selected to have any mail with Mailgun. If you have selected MailSpark, Sendinblue, whatever all the other options was, a Postmark, you go to a respective website. I used Mailgun. I will have to shut you guys out for a second while I'm... Actually, I have a Mailgun account that has not much there. I think we will use this one. Okay, this is a very empty account. We can use this one. Great, so we're now logged into Mailgun. I'm just going to show you everything. I promise you I will show you everything that you need to know. Do you work on private project only or have you worked in a company? All of them. I mean, private projects. I actually run 2 companies myself. I have also worked for Fortune 500 companies where I did stuff for them, but I didn't do exactly this for the big comps. So switch region to EU. You actually use your region where you are comfortable in. Since I'm in the European Union and we have a bit more protective laws here, we actually are required to use EU. We see domains here. That's great. We actually want to add a new domain. We click add the domain. EU domain name is, I actually will resort to copying now to this with the shared IP. Okay, this is the only option that we have here. We don't care about this. We add the domain, then it will tell you what you have to configure. I hope I didn't close Cloudflare here. I did close Cloudflare. Actually, let's do it the boring way, this way. we're back at our DNS settings because we need to do stuff here. Since we want to have this sent from our domain, we actually have to change this there. Let's go to our DNS records. Again, this is where we actually added the A record, right? We are gonna add a few new records that Mailgun tells us. So we want to use an SPF record with this host name and this value. So I'm just gonna copy community. If it would let me, it doesn't want me. I'm gonna copy it from here. It's always good to copy, even if the word is super simple, you can always mistype. So it said SPF. SPF is already, but it is a tab, SPF. What does SPF stand for? Yeah, there's a copy here. There's a copy here. Yeah, but I don't want to copy everything. I just want to copy the subdomain. This one. These are pretty, in simple terms, these things are required so that Mailgun knows it is allowed to send the emails in our name. Like this is how we prove that we actually own this domain. Is it Standard Policy Framework? I don't know. I really have never. I never knew what it's called. So what it does, we use text. We use a text type. We copy in community, and we copy the content. See if there's an error. Nope. Great. Next record. We use this one. Yeah, maybe I could actually copy everything. Maybe you're right. It's another text record. Wait, is it another text record? Is DK separate? No, it's not separate. On some providers, this might actually be a separate one. Okay, I can actually copy the entirety. Great. Copy this. Paste here. Save this. Excellent. If you're watching this on a VOD, all of these keys won't work anymore. We have some mail exchange records. Another record. MX. This is a separate one. Again on community. This will have a priority required. Does it suggest one? It says 10 for both. We use this. And add another record. Well, hang on. We wanted to add MX. We do it on B. Copy this again. Never type it. Do 10. Actually, I changed it manually from A to B, which is very risky already. CNAME, great. Can also do a CNAME record if they wanted to. This source, this target. I will, as I already said, I will not use a proxy status. I will not use any of the benefits Cloudflare brings because you might not be using Cloudflare. Great. Now we have this. We have everything they asked us for, right? Let's go on and say verify DNS settings. Most things have been verified. They have all been verified. Okay. Sometimes one or two of these records might be back in time of it. They might need a few more times, but you can you don't need everything to be completed to actually work. Okay, great. So from what I can see, we have a new domain. Click on this one. Okay, let's go back to the dashboard. Let's go to API keys. Let's add a new key to be deleted because I will delete it after this stream. Great. Now we have an API key that you could all abuse right now. We go back here to our server, edit, open up the configuration of the .django file, open this one, scroll where we need to be. Where are we? We're there. API key is what we just grabbed. The Mailgun domain. I'm actually not sure if this is not sure if this is this one, which we want to use, or if this is something from Mailgun itself. I think we will run into an error because I'm using the EU stuff, and I'm not sure if this is the way to prevent it. Let's see. Let's see if we if this doesn't work. So the server email is what we want to have as a sender. I'm gonna say hi at this. Okay, this is great. We hit escape, we hit :X, and now we have email configured. Now we put in the long command again. What it does now, it powers down the stack. It would pull any changes if there were any. And let's go. But what it also does, it restarts the application. I mean, restart actually manually stopped it before. So let's see if there are any errors or if we're great. Because if this would work, we will have email working now. But there is the error with the EU. I'm gonna tell you this right now. But actually, let's go. The last time I fixed it, I just Googled it and it was fine. Okay, let's go back to the website. It should work again. Sign up. We use an email like this. I'm actually gonna copy this password. Actually, I'm gonna forget this password. I'm gonna type something in myself. Okay, something went wrong. What did go wrong? Yeah, it is the EU error, but I'm not sure why it doesn't tell us more. Yeah, because it would send the error to Sentry and we don't have Sentry configured. So either we fix this one or we configure Sentry. Let's configure Sentry first, because if we configure Sentry first, we actually can read the error. I have to shut you guys out for a second. You go to sentry.io, create a new account, it's all free. What's the EU error? If you are part of the European Union, you have significantly higher data protection regularity, right? Or regulation, sorry. And Mailgun is required to send from a separate server that is more protective of the user. So you go to sentry.io, you create an account, it's all free, you create a project. This can actually be shown again. You go to creating a new project, you hit Django here, right? Give it a name of whatever you want, you use your own theme if you have more. A project name would be whatever, you do community, I'm gonna delete it afterwards. Create project, it gives you this long DSN. This is what we need. This is what we need to authenticate. So we go back to the server. If this is running, you hit Ctrl+C. We go back to this one. Somewhere it says Sentry DSN. We put this in, escape, :X. Let's restart. The EU error is, let's see if, I think they did post this some. I'm not sure if they tell me. Maybe it's under sending here. Maybe here. Maybe this is what we need to do. We will figure it out together. Okay. So this is great. I'm going to show you something with the cross-site request forgery. This won't work now. But here, back to projects. Now I showed you some more projects that I didn't want to show you, but they're all inactive anyway. So did we get an issue or not? Oh, see, It says verify your email address. So for whatever reason, it seemed to work. Did I actually write my actual email address there? Or I forgot which email I put. Well, huh. This is a correct email address. Let's see if there's anything on Mailgun. Let's go to the dashboard. Did you indeed send me an email for verification? I'm not sure. Let's copy anything for the password right now. No, there's the error that we wanted. Perfect. Here in Sentry, we actually errored an... did it magically fix itself? No, it did not. But I just I actually didn't submit the form again, so it didn't. It didn't run into the error again. Great. We have 2 errors now because I tried it twice. And what did it say here on the issue? Animal request API error. This is the EU error that I was talking. So here we're going to read one of the error messages that where our client would tell us it said oops and I couldn't send an email. You have to figure out why. You have your entire stack trace here. Stuff that happens that will also work locally. And now we see here Mailgun API error, unauthorized or forbidden. So if we wouldn't know what this is, put it into Google and see what it says. If you can see here, I have clicked on a few of these things, and you would go through all of these to find a solution. I'm totally honest. If you don't know what this is, if this is your first time, you actually have to dig through all of this. And there we go. This is actually what works. So if you're European, you must use this or you get an error. So how do we use this here? So it's either inside here that we, the production one, that we put it as a Mailgun domain, maybe. But what we for sure, where we will find it for sure, is inside the production settings. Let's see if there's anything Mailgun here. Perfect. It says Mailgun sender domain. It says, does it say more? Okay. We will use any mail, so we'll also put this to any mail. By default, any mail connects to Mailgun's US. But this sounds very good. Click on this. What does it tell you? Right. So yeah. This wouldn't have worked if we put it there. It says by default it uses your US-based API steps if using Mailgun's EU region. I'm not sure. Maybe you're using the US version, so you would not have this problem at all. Be sure to change the Mailgun API URL any mail setting as shown below. Where is it shown below? It's shown down below here. So we see inside the AnyMail dictionary, we have to add this key. So where it says AnyMail API key, env means it's read from the .django file. URL, right? And instead of this, I mean, you can just paste it over this. It is EU. Right, it says EU now, api.eu. That's great. Now we made a change. And we push this change to repository. Give it a good name. Change Mailgun API URL to work with EU API. We commit and push. We look at GitHub and we'll see that this has been added to the billing branch. What about env at the beginning? Right. The difference is if it has env, it will look first into the .django file, this one, the environment file here. But since we don't even have an API URL key here, it will never find it anyway. So we could also have, like, for example, instead of actually this is a very smart smart mention on your part, Drodo. Very good, because if we kept it like this, it would look in the environment file. So if this key were present, it would look there. So this means I wouldn't actually have to change anything in the repository. I'm gonna go back to the server here, kill this, go back into the .django file and add this key for Mailgun API. I'm gonna do a new line, post the API URL, go back to where it said which one we require, copy this one, paste it here. Mailgun, now we have this key, so it should find this. And now it will not pull from Git because it is on the main Git branch, right? It is a main Git branch, and we actually pushed our changes to the billing branch. So what we actually added and pushed right now will not be in there. But what is in there now is the new and updated config file. Is a Python backend still decent for scalability? It's fine. For example, there are big companies that use it. Instagram, for example, is powered. The new Threads app by Instagram, I think, is also powered. There's very big apps, but yeah. But the question is always a bit tricky. I want to say, if I get it, because I always advocate being a single person, being able to do everything. And if you would have to also set up and maintain a huge Kubernetes cluster, for example, for more scalability, then you're way punching in a different weight class that you actually do not want to be. The way you can have extremely high margins and make a lot of money is being able to be the person to do everything. And you need to also know your audience, your customer audience for this. And your customer audience will not be Instagram, for example. They will usually never need software that is scalable, like for 1 million accesses in a minute or something like this. And you can have 1,000 concurrent or users at the same time on the stack that I'm showing you without any problems. Probably even more, depends on how you actually developed it. Thousands, not 1,000 yet. Okay, we changed this. It might hopefully work. We go back here. We go back to this sign up. Now actually type a password that I can remember. Sign up. Didn't push an error. Yeah. As I showed you on Hetzner, if you want to, you can always change the server to a more powerful, and you see we are using the tiniest machine, this one, and this is only $50 a month. Like if you have a couple of thousand users, you can easily afford it. As you see, I got a notification on my watch. What does it say? I won't open my emails in front of all of you. It says account already exists. Yeah, I already created the account before, but I got an email, which is great. What it tells me that if I want to have, because beforehand we created the account, but the verification email couldn't be sent. What I can do now is I can sign in. Oh, never mind, I forgot my password. This is already possible with what we have auto-generated. Create the same email, password reset. Wait for the email. I got the email on my phone. I'm gonna click the activation link on my phone now so I can log into here without having to. without having to show you the rest of my emails. Password has now been changed. I can now sign in, and maybe I will also get a new verification link because I actually never verified myself. Yeah, confirmation email has been sent. I will also add this. For if you were worrying about having what do I want to say? Yeah, mobile support. This is a mobile first support, so it does show you. Well, I'm not good at showing this. It also has the Bootstrap navigation bar here, and it works on mobile. Works very good on mobile first. I got the notification here to verify my email. I click on verify. Yes, very good, verified. If I want to sign in now again, remember me, I click sign in, and now I am logged in. This is now the same. This is how we did it on the local machine. Now we're on the local machine. We did sign up on. Now we are on the very much on the same spot that we were locally, right? We created our account. We verified the account. We set a name for the account. We looked at the emails that we have, and are good to go. What's different here is there's about instead of building, because we have not actually deployed our billing changes yet. Great. So this is the deployment. But let's keep in mind the AWS settings are not in there. But I guess we do backups a bit later, right? Maybe we should actually we actually want to get some stuff going. So the question now is, do we actually implement billing, or do we want to integrate the CI every time we merge on master? The light bulb just died. Yeah. The slug for users is this user number. This can totally be changed. I'll go with CI. Okay. I think I could do a poll here, but it's just my first stream, so yeah. Go CI. Okay, great. So, all right. So doing CI means, for CD in this case, right? So what we want to do is we have a lot of branches, usually, maybe. And every time we merge one branch into the main branch, we would want to trigger an automated deployment. So we do not want to go into the server and write everything there. Okay. So what we do now is we actually added the detached flag that I told you before. So we do the long command and add -d at the end. You will see the difference. There we go. Now we actually have access to the VPS and do not have to watch everything that's running down there, and they can actually enter new commands, which is great. But what it also enables us now to actually quit the server, and this is still online. This still works. I'm no longer on the command line in the server. I'm out. That's fine. Let's go back in here, and let's talk about how the CD will work. We talked about this long command here, right? So the most basic form of this continuous deployment is sending this command to the web server every time that something changes on the main branch. Yeah. So there are more elaborate ways to do this. We're gonna do something that works. We hit actions here on GitHub. This is depending on wherever your Git provider is, there might be different things, but we will use the stuff that's free and that's there where we have it. So on actions, we click on new workflow and find something that's called an SSH action. There is none of these standard things. So what we're going to do next is, as I said before, I would assume I had never done this before. So we do GitHub action execute SSH command. This is SSH action that I was talking about. This is a great one. Arguments, fine. This is all stuff that we might care or not. This is what's interesting. This is what we do. We copy this into we create a new blank workflow. Like we were here on actions and we want a new workflow. And what we also want to do is we set one up ourselves. We paste in here what we got from the other side, from here, and now we're gonna understand what we did. We call this cd.yaml. When does it happen? It happens, this is a name, like redeploy on main push or merge. So here it says on push. We also want to have it on merge, and we also only want to have it on the main branch. So how are we gonna go about this? So if you remember on the .github we had before, there were things that only told us where we wanted. Now this .github folder is gone because we deleted it. Let's see how we can have a look at files that have been deleted. Doc Everest, sorry to see you go. See you at the VODs, I guess. Bye. Everything that we change in the code base is reflected in a commit. If you click on commits here, you can see that everything that happened. Here was the initial commit where I added everything that we had auto-generated, and now here we remove the CI. Click on this and we will see all the changes. This file was deleted. If we click on either of them, it will show us more. See here? Now there was this on and it said pull request and push, and this is exactly what we care about. Let's use this for our new flow. We replaced this on push with more things. Since we actually, I think this what path ignore means that if we change the documentations, docs, it shouldn't be redeployed. We don't have this anymore, so we're gonna get rid of this. So next up, name build. Okay, this is fine. We're gonna rename this to deploy. Ubuntu latest is fine. Executing remote SSH command using password is also okay. Thing is, it says things are secret here, right? What are these secrets? We'll look over them later. So now there's the script, and what we want to execute this one. So we copy this, and I'm not sure if we can do this in one line or if we will actually have to split it up into multiple lines. We'll just try and error this. Whatever it says host, username, password, and port. These are secrets. I'll open I'm gonna close all of these things here. If we need them, we'll have a look at them later. We open up the settings for the repository. It says secrets somewhere. Secrets and variables for actions. And we can create a new secret. Like, was it all caps? Yeah. Host. What is the host? Well, the host is community.fullcycledev.io. Or the plain IP address works too. Great. Now we added one secret. What's more? Username. The username will be root or low root. The password, what will the password be? We didn't have a password, right? Because what did we do? We logged in using SSH. So we go back to Hetzner, and in order to not leak anything, I'm just gonna open up all the crap that I closed until we go back to Hetzner. We are here. We go to the service. We already have this one. We go to rescue, Now we reset the root password, which we then copy and paste into here. All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna reset the root password and copy it on over there. And of course, I sadly can't have you guys watch this. So I'm gonna copy the password, put the password in, add the secret, go back here, show you guys what I was doing. Now we have username and password here. We also need the port. What's the standard SSH port? I think it is 443. We didn't change anything, so we're gonna do 443. Let's Google this because I'm an idiot. It's 22. SSL is 443. Great. There we go. We added the secret. Looks good. Commit these changes. Commit it directly to the main branch, which will also trigger the first execution, I think. Yes. See, there's this orange dot little that we dreaded before because it started all the other things. We can click on this and watch details and see if this works with one line or it doesn't. Just executing the command. It failed. Why did it fail? Unable to authenticate. Why did it fail to authenticate? Okay, we will find out why it didn't work. Verify what we did. We have our secrets and variables here. Of our host or password, or port or username. Does it tell us what it tried to work with, whether they've actually found the secrets? Wait, it said it. Did it actually execute this one or not? Okay, be right back. I'll stay here, but I'm gonna verify the password. Did not enable SSH password auth. We're not using I think I would have to manually disable the password auth to not go on without the key. I'll actually put on the intermission again, and I'm gonna use the values that I did and try to access this. Very interesting. But maybe you're right and I did not enable the SSH password auth. But Actually, then let's switch to logging in via an SSH key. Might be smarter anyway. Thanks for the link. I'm gonna have a look. Is key and pass? Yeah, key and passphrase. So we don't use a key anyway, right? We don't use a key. We attempted to use the password. Okay, password auth is offline. Yeah, maybe because this is a new Tunis server. Okay, let's switch to what do I want to say? Let's switch to SSH, right? Let's switch to an SSH key. Might also be interesting to go through this procedure together. Okay, so this did not work. Go back to the workflows, the CED that has been created. We edit this, and yeah, I'm just gonna write here 22. And instead of a password, we can also use a key. We call this key. We change the settings. Okay, yeah, this is also possible. Are you guys looking? Yeah, you're looking. So we go here. Hopefully not leak too much. Let's see where. Do I just uncomment this one? Just do it like this, right? It's permit instead of prohibit. Yes, and change it. Okay, yeah. So this is unsafe. Great. Do we? It needs to be yes. Where is it? Actually, let's not do anything that's unsafe. Let's actually generate the new SSH key and edit it there. Let's do this. I think this is a good example. So we go to. I actually want to get the key again procedure. We have to generate a new SSH key. Generate SSH key. If you don't remember this, although it is a very simple command. You generate it on your machine, on your development machine. Here, quit the terminal here. It says I'm gonna call it GitHub to server. Great. Oh, never mind. This would be super stupid. Name it. Give it a different name. ID. I call it GitHub. Wow. Okay. Sucks. This again. Very careful with copying here because you can't go back. GitHub. Do this empty. Have copy this public. Okay, that's public. Okay, this is what we need. Since this is the public one, the web server needs to accept this one. So we log back into the web server. Here. We're gonna edit the .ssh authorized keys file and put this one in here too. This one that you see here is an authenticated key for myself. We add this one too and quit here. So we should be able to log into this via this key. Quit here, and we want to. I understand that I'll leak a private key here, but this is completely fine because I'm not going to use this one and I want to kill this server in a few hours anyway. This is the private key. We copy this one. Let's give you full view of what's happening. We go back here to our secrets for actions, create a new secret. We called it key, I believe. We call it key secret. We add the secret. Okay. Now we're gonna commit the changes where we swapped from username to key. Let's update. Let's see if we find another error or if we're good to go. So far we know nothing. Okay, there's a green check mark. Good sign. Build container, this is not what we care about. Did it send the command? If it would send the command, the server would be unavailable for a few seconds. Yeah, I'm not sure it executed the command, honestly. It doesn't tell me anywhere here, but it also didn't error. This is all itself, this is just the action stuff. Did I delete the script? No, it's fine. Okay, one thing to check this is we created the billing branch before, remember? Where the only thing pretty much is that it has billing in the navigation. If we put a pull request from billing to main, usually with a pretty description, and we merge this one, it should trigger the CD, yes. Okay, what happened? Okay, this is a merge conflict on the server side. How did we manage to fuck this up? This is completely fine, honestly. Why did it not work? If I switch to the main branch myself here, I see I have not. I mean, I don't care about the. No. These are my changes here, production changes, which I don't care about because we managed to do this with the .django file. Let's throw this one away, switch to the main branch, check out, and just hit git pull. I should be fine. Yeah, just updated all the files. I have no idea why the SSH action didn't work. All checks have failed, or there was only one. This is weird. Let's go to the server and execute this ourselves and see if this also happens there. Let's use the long command, put it in there, see if it errors. It said already up to date. Wait, has it been, maybe it worked anyway. Oh, let's see. This is a new error to me even. This has not happened before. Yeah, this is something that will always happen for about 20 seconds until the deployment. The web server will be offline for 20 seconds. You will see a bad gateway in the meanwhile, and you might also see an SSL issue. But after a few seconds, the web server will be online. Hopefully. Yeah. So it does say billing here. So it did work, but it errored here. I have no idea why it errored here, because this is super fine. We made some changes. We updated the main branch. We wanted to pull it via git pull, and I have no idea why this was any trouble. So this should have worked anyway, and it did work. But let's try it again. We create a new branch, which we will just call CD demo. Create the branch. Now we are on the other branch. Change a meaningless file which doesn't do anything with the app itself. For example, delete everything in README. We're gonna do a better README later. Commit the changes and push them, or remove parts of README. We push them to the CD demo branch, right? It's over there. Great. Over here we see it has pushes less than a minute ago. We compare and pull request. Actually, let's do another so we can see on the website itself. We go to the billing home HTML, billing dashboard. This is, do it in a paragraph, why not? This is the new billing dashboard. Commit and push this too. Refresh this because it will add 2 commits, one to the README and one to the, actually I did not do a good commit message there. Let's merge this into and see if there are any problems now. No conflict with the base branch, so there shouldn't be any merge conflicts. Oh, I see. This is why it doesn't work. Oh, this was stupid of me. Very stupid. Did anyone catch the error? And why I was so puzzled? Because in the workflow, what we copied is it also executes on pull requests, which is extremely stupid, and we do not want this. What this actually means, it executed everything here whenever someone proposed changes to the main code base, which is bad, because the way you get others to have a look at your code is by opening a pull request. And pull request might be full of crap. It might not be anything you actually want in your web app. So you actually only want to have it on a push and not on a request. So we are gonna go ahead and remove this from the request, from the pull request, and only on the push, only when there is actually something new on the main branch. This is why it failed. This is why it had a merge conflict, because the pull request is not a complete there is also the difference between the old files and the new files, and on the request only it has not on the pull request only it has not been resolved. So this is good. This is only on the pushes. So this one is also on the pull request, which we're gonna cancel. Don't want this. Cancel this workflow, please. Cancel this. The operation was canceled. Okay, great. Goodbye. This has been canceled. Great. So now I remember you got that block of code from the cookie cutter. That shouldn't be there. No, this is it's totally fine to be there. But it depends on what we want to do. let's go back and see the old commit where we removed it and understand why it's great to be there. Because here it says it's on the push and on the pull request. But what it does here, it only runs sanity checks, like whether it's correctly formatted and if the tests all pass. And for example, if I work with you on the same code base, and I give you one, and I open a pull request and let you see what I do, it wouldn't be smart to actually run tests on the pull request, so you actually see that what I'm proposing to change is not completely bad. It at least passes the tests. So it really only depends on what you want to do with the rest of the script. So it makes sense to have the pull requests when it checks whether the code has some standard or it follows some standard. But of course it's not great, or at least and it is extremely bad, honestly, if you want to redeploy, because you redeploy only when someone has accepted the pull request. For example, here I would create this pull request. You would see, okay, checks have passed for like the linting check, the linting is fine, and then you would have a look at this, and then you would merge the pull request. Say it's fine, you pull it over there, and now this is triggered, and this is being triggered on the main branch after the push. Now let's have a look if this works now. See it up here, I hope the scrolling is paused. Updated the readme, it removed 95 lines and it added the one on the building home. Let's see what else happens. Yeah, this is for some reasons wrote to the standard error, but this is the actual output. It says creating, it says done, that we will get the green check mark. And we lost 10 minutes by not being careful. Okay, this is updated. And yeah. Shit is like magic, yeah. I mean, but you also gotta understand the magic. Kemza, thank you so much for the follow. Let's have a look. This has been deployed. We actually want to go back to our repository. Now we see in the overview for all the commits, by the way, you have a little icon whether it worked or not. This failed because it was on the pull, and this check mark because it was actually in the push. Great, very nice to see you figuring it out. Yeah, this is actually what I wanted to show you. I could have actually practiced everything of this yesterday and gave you a clean-cut presentation, if you will. But running into errors and somehow figuring out how to fix them is part of the development process. If anyone tells you that, if anyone does this without any issue ever, yeah, maybe they are the best developers ever. But the point of this stream is to actually show you how this works, and I would not expect the same experience or experience level from most of you guys. So I think it's only fine to actually make some errors. We did do some errors on purpose, and then going along and figuring it out. And if we find an error, of course, we want to explain why this error happened. Okay, great. So we are gonna go here. We update this and yeah, this is a new billing dashboard. Great. Very good. What's next? We have a look at our cheat sheet. Okay, so we actually have social logins with Google. I don't know if you guys care about this or if we actually want to integrate Stripe now. I have 3 more hours. It's better to have an error to know how to avoid it. Yes, I mean, if you fail a bit, it's fine. You probably won't fail the second time. This error that I just had, I never had before, because I never mindlessly copied the complete poster, because I actually said we wanted a pull request, which was not correct. Okay, Stripe, perfect. So we have especially how you do all the forms yourself, exactly. Korean skipping social logins. Okay, great. what do we need here? We only need Stripe, so we don't need any of these. We're gonna close all of them. All right, let's keep going. We want to integrate Stripe. We want to have it as a means of billing. We want to have it as a payment system. And what I advocate all the time is before writing code, you actually think about it. And you have a problem and you want to have it fixed, and you see what are the only requirements that matter. And then you can maybe have a few more things that work. So what we want to do is, at least we want to get the user to pay another user, or get the user to pay us, and then we keep a cut and pay the user, pay the other one the rest. Either way, we need the user to give us money. We could give them a post address where they send us money in an envelope, but this is of course not the way to go. This is something about third parties to integrate that I really, really like. So, I mean, I couldn't create an entire billing system myself because you need a banking charter and everything. But you can do a lot yourself, but it might not be the way to go to create everything yourself. For example, you could also create something like the error handling yourself, but there's great services, they are free, like Sentry, to use them. Same goes for billing. Stripe is the most popular, but it isn't the cheapest. However, my previous startup had processed a lot of payments, and everything worked extremely smooth. Completely frictionless. Stripe takes a cut, but it's good. Pedal is good, also takes care of taxes. You can also have the tax feature in Stripe, if you mean which tax you have to collect. Now there's various options to integrate Stripe. This also depends on what you actually want to do. You have the option of having a field, a box on your website where the user adds a credit card. You then talk to Stripe using the first-party Stripe SDK, the official SDK from Stripe, to send this back and forth. User will never leave your site; it will only stay on your site, and you manage everything yourself. If you set up the payment intents, you do everything on your own. It's possible. It's very, very possible. I actually always did it like this. But it's not necessary actually. Okay, in fact, today I would want to use the third option. The second option would be a third-party SDK. There is DJ Stripe. This one, I did not know they have an home on their own homepage, but I always look at repositories anyway. I tried this once. It was fine. It was a bit too much for me. What it does is it creates Django models for everything. It puts everything into your database. That's okay. That's great. It was significantly more than I needed, and it also advocates the first thing by managing most of the stuff on your own. But what it also does, it ensures, it gives you an endpoint for the webhook. A webhook is an endpoint on your website where Stripe sends a notification if anything changes, like a credit card has been canceled or so. This is okay. This is, DJ Stripe does this. But what it also does is it adds a lot of complexity, and it is not necessary. In fact, I recently subscribed to Twitter to see what the fuss is about, and I will show you the last four. Yeah, this recording will be available. You have your premium on Twitter. I will show you the last 4 digits of my credit card. Like it says here, manage your current subscription. Like Twitter is a big service, right? Sold for 44 billion. You click on this, it redirects you. Actually, I'm gonna hit. Nah, never mind. I'm too slow. It redirects you to the Stripe website, right? With a session key, not the full session key. I'm not gonna show you this one. So you could hijack me. But it lets you manage the plan, and if you don't have a plan already, if you have a Twitter and are not, actually you should follow me, and If you have a Twitter and you are not subscribed, if you go to this website, they will offer to actually fetch the credit card details here, all on Stripe, and they are stored inside Stripe, which does make sense, right? What you get back, you get the information that the user gave you a credit card, gave you the credit card, and then you can keep going. So there's different ways why you care about the payment. You can either or what you can use with it. You can either, in terms in like Twitter does here, bill me a monthly subscription. Yeah. It could also be for one-off payments. One-off payments, of course, would be for a checkout process. You buy a new backpack. You just pay for the backpack. It's a one-time thing. It's good. But these are all proactive things, where the user initiates something. What's also possible is to just capture the credit card from the user, right? And then bill them later. For example, if we're gonna implement the snow plowing peer-to-peer system, we would have some people offer their services. Other people would want to employ them, and they will send them a request. Then the provider will maybe accept the request, and when the provider accepts the request, then the money should flow, right? So the way we want it is we want to have the user submit their credit card details, give us their credit card details, and we can charge them whenever we want, or in fact when the provider accepts them. So what a developer usually does when he's being told to or wants to use something, they go to the documentation, right? So Stripe docs. I've been there quite some time and actually know how to navigate this. But it may be, we just click through a few things. We have like payments. What does payments do? Usually there are things that tell you that it's no code or low code or more. I don't see it here. You can start an integration, check out something, but would we really care? You can create a payment link, but this is stuff that we don't care. Like this looks like this. That's great. You buy sunglasses, for example, and that's okay. You can send this. You can sell to people without even having one, having your own website. What we more care about is automation. One of you guys actually posted automation with a very happy smiley before, and so we're gonna go and use this. So what do we care about? We have tags, we have reporting, we have billing, we have reporting, we have data. Well, what's all of this? Let's look into something. Let's look into overview. So do we want to build subscription integration? Maybe. What's this? We see there are 3 options. We have a Stripe hosted page. We have an embedded form that we can put into our website, or we have a custom flow, which means we actually create this all on our own. These are the database models. There's a payment intent, there is an invoice object, there's a lot of stuff that work for one transaction. Okay. Maybe we care. Maybe we care about this, maybe we don't. But what I see here is a Stripe hosted page. This is what we saw Twitter uses. Maybe this is not too stupid. And in fact, I told you that I actually would want to try this, and I would really, unless there is a firm case why you would want the user to enter the credit card on your page, I would suggest giving this a try. Because there was, for example, one huge scandal where I think the British Airlines had all the credit card data leaked from people that booked on their website. If users don't enter data on your website, your website can't leak it, right? This is something that you actually that you can sell your customer because it's an additional safety feature. And yeah, but maybe they don't want it, then you would have to go to the embedded form and the custom flow. But let's have a look at Stripe checkout. Stripe checkout is what we see here. We want to explore this. One-time payment, recurring payments. We wanted to capture the credit card only, so this is not for us. Let's go back. Product used to check out. What's this? Oh, this is where we have already been here. Okay, integrated SaaS business. Is this something that's more for us? Billing and Stripe product modeling, displaying pricing information. Okay, this is all something else. What else do we have here? What's this? API. Okay, maybe. Recurring pricing models, no. Managed subscription cycles, no. We want to just capture the card. What does this tell me here? Customers, setup intents, checkout sessions, something more for billing. I think checkout was the thing we said, right? Let's have a look at this. Checkout session represents your user session as they pay for one-time purchases or subscriptions through checkout. Here, mode of the checkout session, possible payment, save payment details to charge your customers later. This doesn't sound too bad, actually. So are you guys familiar with APIs, or do you want to have all of this, what we see here, explained? Because we can do either. One of them is familiar. Anyone not familiar? I know how APIs in general work. Okay, great. Familiar. Perfect. Okay, great. So the checkout session object sounds great. Let's see if we find more here about how this session works. Can we see something here? Because checkout really looks great. Do they also have something here? I think I saw this somewhere here, but I'm not sure where stuff is now. Maybe we can do checkout sessions here. How checkout works, maybe. Self-hosted page, Stripe hosted payment page. This might look better. Mode payment would be substituted by mode setup for us. Okay, this looks great. I think we're gonna use this. Use it like this. Okay. So you're familiar with APIs. I actually know exactly what I'm looking for, but I want to give the impression of how I would go about this if I were to do this the first time, because I might not have any idea how the Stripe works, and now I've read up a bit. Maybe there's a bit of horrible show acting on my side here, but I wanted to do it as natural as possible, maybe. Okay, so first step is to set up Stripe. This is great. Let's go back into our code. We switch back to the billing. We go back to billing. Check out billing. This is fine. And actually, let's go about and update our main branch. Merge the changes from main branch into billing, so we are really up to date. The only thing that really changed here is, in case you're not as familiar with billing, we made the one change to the HTML file with this new billing dashboard, right? So this is now here. Now I reformatted it, new change. Okay, so what it says is set up Stripe. Great, so we need to install Stripe. Whenever you install packages, this is my method. You go to PyP, you type PyP, this is the Python package index, and the package that you care, Stripe. because it gives you a concrete version, and you actually want to use this version in your requirements file. So you always get get the exact same version. If you, for example, develop on your local machine and start developing today, super fine, did not specify a version, develop for a week, you already have Stripe installed, so every time your local development environment restarts, it sees it's striped, it doesn't update. You do the same on your production server, and there is Stripe 8.0. There's the newest version, has been released within this week. You would have a different version on your on your production server, and this would be horrible because this could take you so much time to find out. So we go to the base.txt file, which is you can also have the file explorer here, but if you work a bit with this, you're familiar where files are. You have requirements, you have base, and then you decide whether you want it's Django specific or it's not. It's not. I put it here, and notice I copied the version, right? And this is the version. This is fine. I go back to the terminal where everything has been running. I hit Ctrl+C to stop this. Then I go Docker compose, and instead of up, I go build, and then it rebuilds with the new requirements. What's also possible is to do the Docker compose up -- build. This will re-download what we need. So we're gonna do it. I'm gonna hit enter here, and then I'm gonna do a 2-minute break, and on 12:24 we're gonna reconvene. So you have to hit the toilet, something else. Now's the time to not miss anything. BRB. So yeah, you cannot, if you don't run a version, it will have to download the latest, but you actually want to have the same version on everything. Any other question that I might have missed? Well, there was a lot that I actually didn't miss because I was focused. No, I'm not ashamed of errors. Anyone who doesn't make any mistakes is lying. You only know print and the H1 tag. Well, that's fine. As long as you're willing to change it, there's no problem in it. Okay, so what I gather here, it's installed. Very good. So we're gonna go into the billing again, into the views, and we actually have a look at the Stripe documents because I don't know anything. Great, so let's copy stuff, and I mean, now it will be probably time to extend the user model with Stripe ID and stuff. But we will, I mean, should we do it right now because we think about it, or do we go ahead and see if we can actually create a checkout session? Let's go and see if we can actually create a checkout session. And before we do anything more, we will change things in the database. New file. We call it checkout session.html. It will extend the base HTML again. We want to change the block content. Great. We put in things that we copied here. Can this be reformatted? It's already properly formatted. Nope, it's not. Don't care about either of these. Oh, this is fine too. I only have this form, super ugly form. Great. So next up, we have a template. We have the HTML part. What we now care about is the view. We create a new view. We call it checkout session because we might not only want to create a checkout session. Give me the HTTP request. Do exactly this. Change this. Great. We go back to the URLs. Not to this URLs page. We go back to billing URLs. Where are my fingers? We go here. Change the route to checkout. Maybe this is an ambiguous word, so maybe we kill it, but maybe we change it later. Checkout session. We import this. Call this checkout 2. Great. In the billing home, we now want to link to this. These recommendations are trash. Open, and you would also, if you do this fine, you would do it like this. You do trans, which opens up the translate thingy. You import internationalization. Put it in here. Let's do this. Maybe we have time to actually localize our website too. You can add a credit card here. Then we are gonna add a link to, and the way we do it in Django is we say URL, and inside the URL we call it billing checkout. We're gonna give this like a button primary to not look that super ugly. Add credit card. Of course we want to have that translatable. Add credit card. Super fine. We go back to our local machine. It says billing, add credit card. Click on this. Yeah, we have the perfect, super mega ugly form. What does trans tag do? The trans tag makes this a placeholder where Django replaces this with the current localization. So if you, my browser is English now, right? If my browser were, let's say German, actually my Firefox is in German, so I can actually test things. If I go there on Firefox, you see here, this has been localized. It says registrieren und Anmeldung. And it's fine, right? This still says add credit card, but because I don't have any language files added now, I didn't translate this yet. But if I want to translate it, and probably you will want to translate your web page one time. So this is always a good time. So what this did is we go back to the form. It says you can add your credit card here. It links me to checkout session here. Form action is a post method to create checkout session. Yeah, I mean, this doesn't exist. Yeah. So we actually can reuse the template we have. We go to billing and checkout. But now if I click here, it, never mind. Sorry, I did have to refresh this page. Yeah. See, it's a post and it says forbidden 403. Why? Because we are not allowed to access this page. Because we need a cross-site request forgery token, which is a safety measure. See, now we are allowed to be there, but we just sent the post request there and it does nothing. Because the post request is sent to billing checkout. Billing checkout in our view is this one. And what only thing it does is it's rendered this. So we can say, if the request method is post, we do something else. Then when it's get, we can also do different. So we can see, actually, let's say if we send a post request, it does something. We'll add that later. You tested your login page and noticed it was already mostly translated into my language. That's correct, because we are using the Django all auth package, and this comes with translation out of the box. You saw like these two items here were also translated into my German browser language, but the rest wasn't. Great. So if we send a post request, we want to do something else. What? Let's head over to a Stripe. Information. So it has Python here, but this is a Flask example. This is not Django, but we can also use most of these things here. It says create checkout session, and it creates a session and returns URL. What does it do? Let's copy and explore. Hoppala. Sorry. 4 levels? Nope. Let's go like this. Okay, so Stripe. Nope, we want to import Stripe directly, so we say import Stripe. And this should actually have been indexed by the remote interpreter. Okay. Let's not brood on it. Let's continue. So what does this do? This creates a new session with line items, but we don't want to have line items. What can we actually? What kind of session can we actually create here? Well, we don't see anything here. This is where the API documents come. Will you be doing all views as function? Yes, I will do all views as function here. We can also do some login restrictions later on, because it makes sense when I'm working with users. So the checkout session object. This is the entire object, and this is what we can send, what we might care about. Some things are mandatory, some are not. If we usually, yeah, actually it works. I have no idea why this doesn't show, but if you're using an IDE that has your packages scanned, you can usually click on them, and then you can see what all the functions are. Am I correct, or am I in the wrong one? Let me give a new. No, this is not. This is just ambiguous. Never mind. Forget what I said. This should have, if Stripe would be recognized the way it should be, we could know more. But here we have line items, we have remote payment, we have success URL, we have cancel URL. I have no idea what this tells me, because I've never worked with this before. I mean, the name is very, I want to say, self-explanatory. But let's create the checkout session, right? We want to create a session, and here are the parameters which are possible. So, a currency, conditionally required. Required in setup when payment method types is not set. Okay. So we will use setup and I'm not sure if we set payment method types. So actually let's add a currency here. So we say currency, and you do what you want. I'm paying my bills in euros. List of items required unless setup mode. We actually want to do setup mode, so we actually write here setup. Quick reminder, setup mode was save payment details to charge your customers later. Right? Okay. There's something we forgot here. For example, we did not add a Stripe key yet. We will see this resulting in an error soon. I redirect the Django shortcut, and this creates a session. And the session has the following. After we create a session, we get this checkout session object back. Sorry. And these are informations that may be present or may not be present. What's accessed in the code is a success URL and a cancel URL. Right? So when a customer cancels or the credit card adding, I want to say, succeeds, and there's a callback to our website with all of this stuff. Great. So this might actually do something. It will result in an error, but let's have a look at if we change something. Sorry, we go to billing, we add a credit card, click on checkout, error, authentication error, Stripe error authentication, no API key provided. That's true. Because we didn't. So let's log into our Stripe account, and you already know the drill. I have to hide stuff. Stripe is also free to set up, free to use. You only pay a commission when you actually make a sale. Let's go back here. Now we are in a test data environment. And last time I did something with this environment was in March this year. And let's go. We click on, we need to find, if you log into this first, it will give you a tour where to find stuff. So if you click on developers, you see API keys, and you have a pub key and you have a secret key. Let's see what we need. Of course, to sign anything, we always need the secret key. So you see SK stands for secret key, and PK stands for public key. Here can I refresh this one? Yeah, I can roll this one. Actually, do we keep, no, whatever. Rolling, what does roll mean? Doesn't this mean replacing them with another one? Yeah, does mean, yeah, it does. Thank you. Okay, let's do one that expires in 1 hour. We add our password here. BRB. Copy the password. Continue. Yes, it won't kill you out of live applications. No, we are in the testing environment. So yeah, I don't care. This is just a test mode here. I'm not using any live data where my customers or my products are linked to. So this is a test key that will expire in 2 hours. We copy this one. And now's the question, how do we bring this key into our application without putting it into version control? Because if we would just do it like this and say stripe.api key equals the API key, and I push this to, yeah, I know you, okay, you guys already know the answer. Exactly, we use an environment. So we remove this one again, remove this, and you can remember we had this local and the production file where we added the mailgun key, right? So here we just call this Stripe. This Stripe API key. Put in our test secret key. Remember what we named it. Go into the base.py file where we actually fetched stuff, because if you search by env, and this is where we actually all import all this stuff, right? So what we also can do here is Stripe secret key equals env Stripe secret key. I think we named it differently, so let's double check. Stripe API key, Stripe secret key, very good. Copy this one. Now this is available. And we go back to our views. We authenticate Stripe by saying stripe.api key equals settings.stripe key. Then where do we import the settings? We import them from conf settings. Nope, we did not import them from here. Give me a second. You actually want to import them from Django somewhere. This is great, because this is how it is imported. Okay, great. So we have a secret key. We need to restart the server for this, because you would not have to use a build here. Now it checks whether everything is up to date or not. This is new to me, usage of environment, because I'm used to OSN. Yeah, it does the same. In fact, env is just an instance from environment.env, and this is pretty much the same as OSN. But difference is we configured the to read from the .env file. Right, so here is whether we want to read the .env files, and then we can give this the information where it should read from. So we have the secret key here. We should have formatted this properly. And now we have the authentication error. Let's go back here, try again, see if we get more errors. Ooh, very sexy. I really like this. Now we are on checkout Stripe. Great. We have successfully created a customer session. This is actually the first time I did this. We put in any email. Yeah, this is actually my real company logo. We do any email. This one. Now, whatever is offered here is actually whatever you specify in the Stripe settings. So if you go to settings, and you can somewhere payment methods, that's right. And we detect you're not using checkout, not yet. Yeah, go manual reference page. Oh, yeah. I don't want to go there. Anyway, usually you can change your payment methods here. Let's go back here. Yeah. Where are we? Nope. Yeah, very good. Here, and you accept whatever you want to, right? So this is just a test mode. So there's a little different stuff. I think this is from the Netherlands or Benelux. I would not use this. I might use a credit card and maybe a direct debit. I'm not sure. I haven't used direct debit through Stripe yet. So since this is a test mode on Stripe, and there is I Google this for you, Stripe test cards. Testing. Maybe this is what I was talking about. Yes, there is a list of different credit cards which behave differently, right? So some credit cards work, some are expired, some are require additional confirmation stuff. You can test your application with them. So where are we here? The 4.2 repeat card is what this is the most basic test card. Full name test man. You can create your country, that's fine. You save the card. Very good. See our success page? Of course, we have not created anything that would be on there on this page, but that's okay. Let's go back here, home, and see our customers. Actually, let's have a look at whether we need to do something with the session. Yeah, running the following command, testing, checkout button, that will show a success page. Okay. Create additional testing resources. Is this everything we would have to do? I remember seeing a different page where we actually do something with the received session, because actually the session itself I don't think does anything. Oh, I'm looking for a website where it says provision the customer. You can now provision the customer. If anyone knows what I'm talking about. Provision subscription. Is this the page I'm looking for? Okay, let's see if we can find anything from here where it. Actually, what we care about is the success page, because the success page gives us the ID of the session, and the ID of the session is important because the ID of the session is what we have to associate with the customer. Because right now, if we just if we just have a success page, that's then this doesn't give us anything. So maybe we actually need to create our customer ourselves, or maybe we have missed something here in the create checkout session. Currency, line items, we don't care. Return, okay, great. Client reference ID, a unique string reference, can be a custom ID, a card ID, similar. Used to reconcile the system with your internal system. Okay, great. An option on customer. I haven't created a customer yet. Maybe I need to create a customer to attach to the session. This could also be possible. I think it was the previous page showing the success page HTML. Okay, let's have a look. Previous page, this one. Provision, no, this is not what I... One more, okay. How checkout works. Oh, actually, this could be, yeah. This looks... No, but it is very close. Save payment details for later views. Maybe this one. This one is important. This one is important. Yeah, this is what we care about. Exactly, this is what we care about. Custom ID, maybe. Let's actually go ahead and start fumbling around in our database. Our views, this is useless. This is what we care about, customer ID. Actually, do we pass this? Yeah, I think Stripe wants us to pass this customer ID. Let's maybe not do this. See what happens now. This is really just trying out something, because I think I have an idea what I would want to do. Let's go back here. Any name. Oh, that's an email address. Save this card. It happens now. Does anything? Example domain. Yes. Okay. Does anything come in here? Does this create for me? No, it doesn't. Payment. Of course, there's no payment. More. Okay. Let's check whether a user has a Stripe custom ID yet, or if we have to create one for them. Okay. So we go to our models. This is Django specific for our user model. Yeah, checkout redirection success page. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I actually just said this is what I want to see. Yeah, we get the checkout session ID, then we can retrieve the checkout session ID, and then there's a customer, right? You retrieve it, and then we should have a custom ID, retrieve the setup intent. Use the payment method. Yeah, but this is not the... We need to store this somewhere, right? Setup intent, retrieve the setup intent, okay. Payment method, and use the payment method, and yeah, we retrieved the session, and I mean, in this example, we provided a custom ID. But you're right. Let's actually give, let's actually see what it does by now. So let's actually create a success URL that we're fine. We call this a checkout success request. Okay, we don't have this HTML file yet. Call this checkout success. Very good. We add this. For now, we just display a blank page because what we care about is this. So this is just get, right? So we want to get the session ID parameter from the URL, right? If you've never done this before, Django get param from URL. How to get request values in Django? It's request.get.get. This one. Actually, why? Now let's type it. So we have the session ID, which is this or none. Oh, this is not what I intended. If session ID. Okay, what's wrong here? What? Okay. What the heck am I doing wrong here? Yeah, it should work. Yeah, okay, if I put none as a default, it's not happy with me too, either. What? No, maybe I'm too dumb for this. Yeah, okay, could get this from a dictionary. This is possible. Okay, see ya, take care, bye. Spain. Not gonna pronounce the rest. Okay, and then we just print the session. No, actually, this is just a session ID. We actually want to retrieve the session. So, not sure if this is the correct. We have to verify, but of course we also need this. Try checkout session retrieve. Was this correct? Okay, this was correct. Then we just print the session, see what happens, and then see whether there is a customer already attached or not. But if there would be a customer attached, I would expect the customer to be shown here. And none of them is shown here. Okay, let's run through all of this. Never mind, we have to put this into our URLs file. Building URLs, we say checkout/success. We delete this. It says checkout success. We import this. Checkout success is great. We don't have. I mean, we usually would build the. reverse. We don't have this. Wow. Okay. Never trust your code completion or your AI buddy. We import this from URL reverse. What's happening here? This one needs to go. Not sure if this is enough or if it needs a leading slash. We will see. Let's go back a few times. Check out. Not a valid. We need to. Is the reverse eager? I'm not sure if there is. If not, let's hardcode this for now to not waste much time. The reverse lazy is not great. Reverse lazy is not okay because this would maybe be too late. Okay, this make this a string. You go on, you go. But it's billing. It's not checkout, right? Is it billing checkout? I hate hard coding URLs. It's something that you should not do. Okay, let's go with it anyway. It's because we only have 2 more hours. Not a valid URL. That's right, because you actually need your localhost stuff before. So what we Google is Django build absolute URI. It's called. Okay, this one it's request.build absolute URI, and we go with this. So the reverse part would have actually worked. This was the issue. And here we can do it like this. That's great. Plus, what we also want to do is edit this. This might work. Let's have a look now. Yeah, click checkout. Okay, so far so good. We do any email. Well, save the card. Okay, we got to the empty page and we actually got something logged here. Let's go. That's great. Let's see what we have. Customer null. So we did not create any customer null. Customer creation if required. Yeah, would be nice if you would have created this for me. Maybe I had to specify this somewhere. Customers is optional. Let's see. ID if one exists. In payment mode, the customer most recently cards have used subscription mode, the customer's default music card if the customer already has both. Maybe this is something. Yeah, maybe this is different for the setup. Okay, but that's great. We can actually create our customer beforehand and set one up. So what we want to do here is what we said before. Let's go to models. This is our user model, right? So we have our name, we have an email, we have a first name and other stuff. And what we also add here is Stripe customer ID, which will be a character field. I don't know if this is enough. Great, now we added a new, this is important, we added a new field to our database. So what we do now, we have to run the make migrations file command. Most of you people have worked with Django. We have to tell our Docker container to run this stuff. Great, we see there is a new field, Stripe customer ID. We start up the server, we will see that the migration will be applied. Where was it? Yeah, here. Applying migration, very good, worked. So over here, and the post request, if request dot user dot Stripe custom ID, yeah, very good. If we have one, it's okay. Else we create one. I don't want to have all of these pre-filled things, so I'm gonna have a look at the customer API object here. Customers, create a customer. Okay, description isn't, I don't care about the description. I want to have the email. So customer is customer create. We add the email because we have an email. Exactly this. Customer ID. I think this is the return object. Yes, exactly. This is what we care about. And here there was, yeah, I have no idea if this is correct. Never trust the AI dude for this. This is they really only guess. We have customer right somewhere. Customer ID of a customer. Okay, this one might have actually worked. Okay, so if we create the customer, we also want to save this. Okay. Sounds good, looks good. See if it works. We are here, go back to billing, we add a credit card, we hit checkout. Oh boy, okay. Save card. Success page. Actually, is there a customer attached now? Very good. There's customer attached now, which means we should see a new customer here. Very good. We have a customer here. We don't have a name associated. We could, for example, update this regularly. We could, of course, also, I added a name, if you remember, like if we are here, my profile, I added my name here. Could have also passed this, but you get the gist. You see here, you see in the API reference what you can pass when you create a customer. What was this? Create a customer. You can put as much stuff in there as you want, right? Great. Now we have a customer. Click on this customer. Can you pass the name from the credit card? You mean the card holder? I mean, if you, what do you mean? Get the card holder? I mean, we don't pass any stuff from the credit card, right? Because everything happens in the Stripe portal, right? We don't do anything with the cards, but we have the payment method now, and there is the name. I mean, I didn't really put in my real name, but you can fetch this. This is fine. You can grab this if you care. And depending on your legislation, this might be enough to build a customer. In Austria, if I'm not mistaken, I hope I'm not, you can actually bill a customer with only their email address for up to 400 euros per purchase. So if you're planning on selling smaller things, or if you're selling services, that's fine. You're good. Otherwise, you would here, before a user could add a card, you would redirect them to the profile and force them to actually add all the rest of their billing stuff and checkout. If you add the text feature, which I have on my production apps, but I don't use in the test mode, there is also a field where the user can add you can say they're buying as a business, and they can add their tax ID. Great, this is the back page, this is the error page, which we have not implemented yet, but that's okay. Okay, now we do have a custom ID, and now we have a credit card attached. Great. This is something that I just want to show you. You can create a payment, maybe you can create a payment. Yes, I'm not sure, I wasn't sure if it works on a test account. If you have it on a live account, you might need to get verified by Stripe before. You can here offsite charge the customer. this might be fine. Maybe you give them phone support and you charge them. I don't know. This is all yours. You can also create an invoice here, but this is also Stripe specific, so I'm not going to talk too much about this. Yeah. But we will use Stripe for more. But now we have 2 more hours. Let's see what's up here. Okay, buying products, managing subscriptions. As you witnessed here, adding Stripe, capturing a credit card, being able to use this credit card has been extremely quick, right? But I also have to admit that we use the Stripe portal for this. But I think this is an extremely good example of not creating everything yourself if there's existing solutions that you can rely on. And if it's a company with a reputation like Stripe, which is one of the greatest companies on the internet that offers services, go ahead, leverage what their development team offered you to do this. Because from what I know, what we just did will not cost us 1 cent more than if we were to create the entire billing bullshit ourselves. Because Stripe checkout I think this is a bit newer. I don't remember when I did my first startup that this was available. If it were available, then I should have used it. When you did it like with only the first party Stripe SDK, right? Yeah. This is horrible. You have to have the landing page where a user has to enter the credit card. This will communicate with a public key. We don't even need a public key here. The public key will be sent to in an iframe-like thing to Stripe. Stripe will then give you a callback with the setup intent. You have to capture the setup intent, create the customer, create the payment method, attach everything. Then, if there is additional verification required, you would have to manage this yourself. You would have to have a separate verification page where the user is asked to verify their credit card, because in the US they don't have this necessarily, or it's not mandatory. But in the EU there are more and more regulations that push banks to actually have the users verify this by 2-factor authentication. And since I operate in the European Union mostly, I always had to also build the verification page. It was horrible the first time. It was really a pain. I sat more than 1 entire day on figuring out how this works. I wasn't as experienced then, but also this was very, very hard compared to what we just did here. Make all billing by yourself is a pain in the ass. Yep, that's true. But as we saw, this is super easy to use for anyone here. And now we have a customer. Of course, there's now more advanced stuff like integrating the webhooks, so Stripe can tell you what stuff happens. And many country-dependent things also, especially if you start creating receipts. Yep. We actually can use the Stripe. Stripe has a lot of different products. Oop, not here. I think we saw it in settings. Yeah, they have the payments, they have the billing, they also have invoicing. Where is it? Or is invoice? Yeah, invoicing is part of billing. And they actually care about capturing tax where you need to capture tax and don't where you don't. This is also really nice. And of course you might want to do this yourself, because you could you could save yourself 1% of the transaction fees. But honestly, if you use Stripe, stuff works. Don't have a headache. Stripe actually sells you what you sell other clients. They sell you a headache pill. You don't have to worry about stuff. This is really, really great. But let's put the fanboy back in check and see what else we want to do. Because right now we can never mind. Now that we have this information, maybe we want to do something different in the checkout session. No, in the billing home. We can, most of you peeps know what Django works like, how Django works like, right? So if we do request user Stripe customer ID, we can say For example, we say you were all set, otherwise, oh, I mentioned, I forgot the if. Sorry, wrong. I didn't want to print it. I just want to make it conditional. Sorry. If you're billing, I'm all set here because I have the I have a credit card. Yeah, but if we use a new, for example, if we were to go here in an incognito browser, okay, we are not logged in here, and since the check is only in the template, it will not error. Okay, I'm all set. This is great. But anyway, I should protect my views at least with login required. Let's import login required. Put this on the views that matter. Or yeah, let's put it on all the views that matter actually. Let's put it on all views. Okay. This can only be used if one user is logged in. Great. So if we are, let me just show you how this is integrated with the cookie cutter. If you click on billing, which is now login required protected, you are redirected to the sign-in page. All right. Now what's up next? This is pretty much done very easily. Buying products and managing subscriptions will be part of snowplowing. Okay. So we want to connect customers and providers, and they can offer the services and manage requests. Okay. Let's create, I mean, this billing is, this is a very, very bare bone integration of how billing works, right? We don't have any tests now. We don't even have any models for this because the only thing we had was added to the user model with the Stripe customer ID. Okay. The check whether a credit card is still valid and stuff. And you have to figure out when you want to check this. The way I will implement it now is I will check it the moment you want to actually create the you want to create a request for employment. But you can also check this overnight, for example. Actually, maybe we should do this overnight. I mean, this is something that's probably easy for most of you guys, right? Should we do some salary action? Because we could use salary to every night check whether a payment method is still available or still existing. Yeah, let me know what you got the care most about. Yeah, salary action would be fine. Okay, let's do this. The way salary works is in the auto-generated file, if you opt for using salary, you already have this tasks file in the user thingy. This doesn't do shit. This doesn't do anything anything interesting, but it shows you how something might work. Anyway, what we will use is we will keep the structure of calling files that are executed by salary tasks py. Let's write some what do we do? I mean, it's a shared task, but if you're new, maybe look at the cookie cutter documentation. This is what we use to generate the project, remember? And I'm sure they have something on salary here. Yes. Is it just config? Or is this also usability? Is how we use it, salary. Deployment, I don't care about getting off. Understanding of project, maybe. Nope, none of them. Okay, schedule task Django salary. Okay, maybe we use this. Oh, this is not official. Let's stick to official stuff. Periodic tasks. Time zones. Task. Periodic task. I guess the schedule. Yeah, okay, this does work. But we already have this task by what is salary beat? Salary beat is the scheduler that actually tells the worker that they have to get going. Let's copy the import. Don't care about this. Care about this. Care about this. We care about validate user credit cards. Let's just print hi for it now and validate. Okay, validate. This makes more sense. Now we have created a salary task, but this on its own doesn't do anything, right? So now we need to define a schedule, like we saw when we were looking here. Is the beat schedule. Okay, let's have a look at whether this is already in our base pie. Salary beat has been, scheduler is here, but there is no schedule, right? This is not the way we want to do it. Nope, neither is this. Do we have something linked here? Because the way I want to, I have a very specific way I want to do this. Beat schedule, maybe. Let's look at this. Is this the exact same page I'm already on? Okay, I want to schedule, right? Yeah. Is this all? This is actually the same. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna try to do it from memory. Where this makes sense. This is the salary portion of the base settings. We have the scheduler. Maybe it makes sense to have the schedule below the scheduler. This is always a dictionary. Then we have a name. What does it recommend? Actually, that ain't stupid. Yeah, let's do this. So what it does first, it's nested. Those are nested dictionaries. The name of the schedule. In this example, it's validating user credit cards. Then which task to schedule. This is from here, fcd community dot billing dot tasks, and this tasks the name of the function. Let's verify whether this is the exact name of the function. Great. And schedule, this has a lot of different ways you can write this here. Right? See, maybe we can have this in the entries. Schedule. I mean, this is easy. This goes every 30 seconds. But you have a lot of more possible other things to configure. Yeah, you can run every, but give me some examples that are easier to understand. Because you can also do things only on the first month of every, first Monday of every month. So, for example, there's a lot of different ways to calculate to configure this, and I'm wondering why this is not here, or if I'm uneasy to there we go. You can have schedules, which can actually be an integer or a double or a float. But what it also can do is can also be like a cron tab. This can also be set as a schedule. If we don't have any type hints, but we can actually configure this like this. Do we have an example here? Nope. Let's look for cron tab here. Maybe they have this nicer cron tab schedules. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, this is what I was talking about. This, for example, runs every Monday. Oh, it says it here. Every Monday at 7:30 a.m. This is something that you might care about. Or maybe you don't care about it. Here's a lot of things. Every Sunday, every 15 minutes. Of course, every 15 minutes you could also write 15 times 60. This is also fine and readable. But let's do something every minute. We kill the server here. Solar schedules, maybe you care about this when you want to send emails to users when the sun is going up or going down, or when it's noon, or when the sun is at the I don't know the English term. Great, a zenith, I think, or zenith. Okay, start it back up. Maybe we actually see the output already. Maybe we don't. Anyway, this might be a great way to talk about the admin interface. So what we can do, we can create a super user, right? You peeps know how this works. We also have to run the Docker Compose prefix because we want to execute it inside Docker. Have an email address. I'm gonna use another, which one? It doesn't matter exactly. To.com. A super insecure password, which is fine for local. And now we go, where are we? Here we go to /admin. I log in as a different person. Was I too stupid to remember my... Okay. Now I'm logged in as admin, and what's new here is periodic tasks, right? So we have a variety of stuff here. This is one that's running always. There's periodic tasks, and what we can see here, since we scheduled it, we see validate user credit cards. All right, this is running every 30 seconds. That's okay. Stuff here we can change the schedule however we want to. We can use an interval. We can use a cron tab. We can use whatever we care about. But we can also make this a one-off task. Okay. So the only way we can validate whether this actually worked or not is by looking at our command line. Did it say? Yeah. Here it said validate user credit card. You can also check this one here and say run selected tasks. Then it will be scheduled and run again. Or did it already happen? Yeah, it already happened. Now this is where Flower makes things more interesting. If you remember at the initial start we had Flower here, right? It said it runs on this port. If we open up Flower, it asks us for a password and a username. This is inside the Django environment file. Copy this, paste this, copy this here, paste this here, sign in. Now we see there's one worker. This is an error that will always happen. I have no idea why this is linked this bad, but if this happens, just hit Command R, refresh the page, and you are here. And here it says where the broker is. In this case, as I told you, it is salary. I assume you could have any type of task screen. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. You can also have a scraper running, yeah. But usually you want to have a scraper somewhere on like a function-based architecture. But you do you. Yeah, you can have a scraper running. This was one of the recommendations. But whatever. Ideally, you have stuff either the. But what you can also do is you can start an async task with this. If the user, let's say verification. Okay, this was you. Let's say verification of a credit card would take 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever. You could call this task, select this one inside views. I'm just gonna do it here for whatever, and set delay, and this would start the task, not block, finish the rest of here, and it would run in the background. And you can then, at the end of this task, send the user an email your credit card has successfully been verified, for example. Okay. Where were we? Right, job boards, scraping some jobs. I mean, you can. I would assume you're scraping with the beautiful soup, for example. If you do this, you can do it in Django. You can easily extract it into a separate thing. I haven't worked with Scrapey, but I would assume it's the same. Okay. Great thing here is we had this function run by Celery, and it's, if we scroll here, we see this has surely been scheduled again. Yeah, but credit cards every 60 seconds. This is great. If we do not want to have this every 60 seconds, we will of course do this every. You saw this the cron tab schedules, right? We could also do like copy this, put this into the base file, make it different. We have to import this, of course. Say every ditch all of this. Say we want to have this every 2 a.m. 2 in the morning. Show a bit more from Flower, sure. This is the pool of all the workers that we have. Yeah. You didn't get what it does. Yeah, I actually didn't use it for anything. Sorry. This is the overview. You see some processes, some concurrency. You can always increase and shrink the pool size here. If I grow, okay, it work. Every time you, of course, make changes in the code base and hit save, the architecture restarts, right? And the name is different. So now we're here, and we can grow the worker pool by 1. See, now we have not. Yeah, I have no idea how many workers these are, but here we have 1 more. And this is interesting because the only reason why we have this many workers is because I'm on a pretty strong machine. If you are on the cheapest Hetzner server, for example, you will only have 1 worker because it only has 1 core. So this is, I don't know how many cores I have, 10, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I have 10 CPU cores on this MacBook, and therefore 10 processes have spawned. It says max concurrency here. Maybe this would be a giveaway. But you can shrink this if you want. You can shrink this by a lot of, actually you can also put 3 here. And then there are fewer processes. Depends on how you care. I also have a product for a customer deployed that does a lot of scraping, and I run 2 processes here because 1 process is always scraping, and the second process will do the other stuff. You can also maybe the timeouts. This is often the hard timeout. Maybe this is important for you because after 5 minutes, it would kill the process if the process would take too long. So you either change this in the settings, or you, I don't know how you want to implement your scraping. If you want to make this a public repository, we can work on this together if you care. The broker, of course, is Redis. This is only for information purposes. Then the queue is the one Celery customer. Fine. Then the tasks. There is no active task, but there is. Let me find this. Yeah, tasks here. When is the last task? I changed it to only 2. Let me change this back. Because if we have to wait until 2 a.m., this will be boring. All right. Of course, now we see this task has run and success. Very good. We can click on this, and we also have a stack trace here, but there wasn't much to see. If it errors, if it crashes, we also have a stack trace here. But you can also see the timeout crash if it's killed by because it took too much time. Then it's also seen here. it says failure here, and the respective worker which executed it. Again, you have to refresh because I don't know why. A lot of diagnostic stuff if this is important for anything. This is the entire config that your Django application actually has, because it has also access to everything of this. Because you could use something of this, right? You can use the settings in your also for the salary worker. If anything has secret or key in the name, it will be blurred out, by the way. So this might be interesting if you care. Or password, or there are some keywords which makes it like powerful. Yeah, it's very powerful. You can do a lot of stuff. And this is what really sets you apart from other people that might not know how to use this. And you've seen we have auto-generated this. You didn't have to have a lot of knowledge to actually get this going, but you can use it quite easily. And yeah, other people, I have seen websites from some guys that were not that experienced, I want to say. They had a really expensive task in terms of compute cycles, and they had a blocking request. So you click on, like, where is our, like the Yet credit card, for example, right? Would this also run in production? Yes. What do you mean? Whether it worked? Yeah. Okay. How would you access it? Let's go. Let's do this. Say we are fine with adding billing, and want to push this. All right. So we say add Stripe billing, some other stuff. Adds meaningless salary task. Okay. We push this to the billing branch. Okay, remember we have in this local file we added Stripe's secret key, this one that dies in 1 hour or something. We also go back here into this one. Okay. Coca, bye, see you. We put in the secret key here, so it finds, did it work? Yeah, it worked. Okay, we have it there, and we just added a new key, so this is why we had to access a server. Otherwise, we go back to here, make the pull request into the main branch, create the pull request, merge signs, wait a bit for this CD task to finish. Meanwhile, we can explore this because the user and password data for Flower also exist here, right? And given we have a look at the production file here, it says it's not traffic. Do you guys want to talk about traffic a bit? Because it didn't throw an error because we got it configured correctly. Because we actually used the same URL we did when setting up the. I don't know what it is. Okay, great. After we did Flower on production, we can chat about this. Yeah, okay. Production, we also have Flower. Actually, let's talk about traffic now because it helps us access Flower here. Traffic is a reverse proxy. If you access something on community.fullcycledev.io, traffic is the first instance where it gets to, and traffic tells you where it moves. We see here traffic, let's compare it to the local file, right? Local file, there is no traffic. You see Flower has an exposed port. If we go to the production one, Flower does not have an exposed port. Why? Because all the ports are Django doesn't have either, by the way, or anyone but traffic. And what traffic does, Okay, see you next time. Just love bye. What traffic does is it gets traffic and routes it wherever it needs to go. There is a configuration file for traffic in the compose production traffic YAML. I mean, there's the Docker file, but that is only for the auto generation of the SSL certificate. I'm not used to working with mouse this much. Here it has entry points. It has the web, it has Flower, it has a web secure, and I have no idea where this is. It doesn't matter. Here, this is a router, and it tells you where it routes stuff. Yeah, if entry point is web secure, which tells us it is the 443 port, which is SSL or HTTPS, then put this onto which service? The Django service. All right. Next up, there is Flower. If you have Flower 555, put this onto, where is it? Flower. On the Flower, make this the Flower secure router and put it onto Flower service, right? So that means that if we have the 555 port, 45's port, you can access a Flower. So I just got an email that the automation failed, and we have a look why. Maybe something was missing. Set the Stripe secret key environment variable. Did I not? I thought I did. Is it running? Maybe this is just an empty error. I think I did. Maybe I did it too late. Let's see for ourselves. Okay, failed. Improperly configured. Set the Stripe secret key environment variable. Okay, let's see why this doesn't work. Did I put this into local pi? No, put this into base pi, right? Stripe secret key. Stripe secret key. Oops. This is very interesting. Alright, but we will figure it out. This is the base pi. This should be accessible here, right? It grabs from the environment. If we are in production, is there anything different? Where does this read from? Okay, does this read from the same? Have a look at main, because we're actually deploying from main. Maybe we failed to update anything. Stripe secret key sounds good, looks good. It's the same here. Wait, what was the configuration error? Is it that because I did use a test key? Stripe secret environment, Stripe secret key. I have no idea why this doesn't work. Maybe it's picky because there is no new line at the bottom. This could be very funny, but it could actually be possible. Nope. This is very weird. Maybe this is too far down. Shouldn't be a problem, but I actually never did it all the way down. Okay. Let's Google this error. Maybe there is something that's, I mean, the error message is pretty obvious, but I think we did everything right. If you starts with a dollar sign, this does not start with a dollar sign. This is not applicable. Nope. Having no spaces. I don't have any spaces, I think. Oh, this is not what I wanted. This is exactly the same that it's in the local file, right? Do we fetch the wrong file? No, this is production. Clear the spaces. I don't think that it matters if we set a default, but let's make an empty default. We push this directly to main. Okay. Let's continue exploring. I don't think this solves the mystery errors, because this sounds great. Yeah, this is not helpful. Did I mistype? No, I don't think I made any mistake here. Should it be in base pi? Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, it should. Yeah, it's base pi is it's setting space for a Sorry, I actually thought I made a really obvious mistake. Settings, it says base. I mean, maybe it doesn't. I think it. I'm positive it works. But let's actually make the changes. Put it in prod. Yeah, what prod does, it imports everything from base, right? It imports everything from base, and then adds or overrides stuff. But this still said set the stripe secret key. Here is stripe secret key, and this also has a stripe secret key. We put it into production. I don't think this changes any. I don't think this changes anything. But hey. Let's see. Yeah, I know what to cut out for the YouTube videos, I guess. What? Now it worked. I don't know why. From the base, it imports base directory .n. When is the time for unit test? We don't really have much to test yet, honestly, because we are only using Stripe for now. Sentry wouldn't have given me any clues, no, because this actually all failed before the application started. Okay, I have no idea why it failed. I didn't change much, but I'm happy that it's online, I guess. Is it online? Yeah, it is. So we go to the same port. It asks us for all the values again. So we go here and copy them out of this. Put them into that. Don't save this. And we have the exact same stuff here. And as I told you, we only have one process here with the ID 10. You can grow this to 2. It's totally fine. Takes some time to propagate. Now we have 2 processes. Yeah, this will always be the amount of CPUs you have, will be the default. Great. So now we have flour in production, we have celery in production. Do we care about making this task meaningful by checking the validity of the credit card? I don't think this matters much, does it? Because this is yeah, this is not something that's, I guess, super hard. But if you want, we can of course do it. Oh, I have to say this is really awesome. Well, glad you like it. I hope you can make something with it. Should it be in base pi? Is this like a copied comment, or what should be in base pi? Sorry. Old comment, okay. Just got sent now. Okay. Let's have a look at more here. It was auto-moderated. I guess because it was like base.py is recognized as a URL. Okay. So, do we care about this stuff? Because this is pretty much non-setup specific. Do we want to create this, or do you not care about this anymore? Give me a shout if this is something that's interesting. Because I guess creating models, these would just be regular models. They would have a state like requested, a state like accepted, rejected, and whatever. And whenever you request, maybe we do something with the payments. Maybe charge a user. See how this works? This could be something. Could be interesting. It's Django stuff. Yeah. Well, then let's do it for. That is a good idea. Okay. Let's do it quickly. This isn't really that problematic. So we start a new app. Oops. We call it plowing for snowplow stuff. Great. Wait until this comes up here. Where is it? Put it inside. Go back into the base pi, which is actually open here. We go, where is it? Great, we duplicate this, we change this to plowing. We have it added. We open up here, let's see what we have. Where is it? Here, plowing. We have a view, we have a models. Let's see. Maybe a little trick or something that I like to do. I use the utils file. I create a models file because there is none yet. Call it models.py. How surprising. Have a class like base model. That would be from models.model. Import import. I don't want to import this. And what it would have is, yeah, okay, something like this. This is okay. And what we also have is a UUID for the primary key. Great. Because this is interesting, the fact that we go away from having the 1, 2, 3 IDs as the identifier. It's prettier. You have a UUID, you can share this without giving much clue about your database. Okay, never mind, it worked. Okay, there we go. We have this, we go to here, we go for, we have a plowing request. But we want to have this from the base model. Did we make it abstract? Can I explain what it? Yeah, I created a base model which will be the parent of all the other models. This is a base model which inherits from DjangoDB models, the basic model. And what I achieve with this is I have a UUID I create in a modified field on all other models that are a descendant of this one, right? And the abstract means that you can't instantiate this one, but you can instantiate children. And here I don't do models.model, but I do base model, right? So plowing request, by writing this, and if I keep it like this, it will already have a UUID, a created time, and a modified time. What we care more is we want to have a provider, yeah, the user. We want to have a requester. Is requester correct? It's at least suggested, yeah. What do we more? We want to have a price, and we want to have a plowing service, right? So service provider, the price. Okay, provider and the price. Let's just say these are flat prices because any one of us can multiply. So we don't care about the provider anymore because we have the information. What we do care about is the service. Yeah. Okay. And the price is also already relevant. Then we have a status. Yeah, we want to have choices. Give me some good choices. Pending, rejected, completed. Okay, this is fine. Something that might be super interesting. I'm not sure if this is still a working project. Is that I always wanted to use this. Is the Django finite state machine. Is there a good picture of this? Do you guys know what a finite state machine is? Yeah, maybe I'm getting carried away, but this is too complex for this. What it would be like, there are different states, or a status would be a state, and you can only, for example, get from pending to accepted, and you have a transition. You have a transition. Whether you want to transition, you can transition, for example, from a pending state to an accepted state, but you could not transition from an accepted stage to a rejected or completed stage, because these would be final states. And this is something that's from the theoretical informatics side. I actually did study this, and so this is interesting for me. But we don't have to implement it here because we don't have that much more time. Let's keep it like this. This is super simple. We are gonna kill this. We actually killed this before. We're gonna make migrations. Would you add something like creator and modifier field on base model, which is a reference to user model? Yeah, Django FSM is this, and I just I glanced over it and I see they have something different. View flow. I have no idea what this is. Maybe that's good for something else. Yesterday deadline. This sounds Django-ish. Yes. This is a finite state machine. This is what I was talking about. Let's go nerdy a bit. This is maybe your start state, and you have transitions. This is you start here, you get here. Flying spaghetti bus, and then here you have separate transitions, right? You can stay here, or you transition into this state, or you transition into this state. This has two possible transitions, but you can't go from here to here. Rings usually indicate this is, if it's only a ring, I mean, there are different notations in informatics, but this indicates a terminal state or a final state. If you are here, you can't move anywhere else. And this seems to be an optional. You can either stay here or you can transition somewhere else. This seems to be also a failed state. For example, I'm not sure what this is. I'm sure the authors will explain this somewhere here. But this would, like, for example, ensure on a lower level that you cannot accidentally change a completed order, for example, or a completed request. But let's keep it simple. Let's keep it like this. I have no idea if 10 characters is enough. Let's move it up to 20. You're learning a lot. Yeah, I'm very happy to talk about more advanced concepts of informatics here. I'm really also a big fan, obviously. Okay, let's get this going. Let's start this up. Have our migrations run in the background. See whether it all works. It worked perfectly. We have an admin. We have admin here. We're gonna do it super simple. We just register the models, right? We don't do any fancy what do we say? Any fancy list display. We don't do anything other than that. That's pretty cool because we don't have that much time and we need to get stuff done. We do it as an integer field and store the options as an. You can do whatever you want. You can also volunteer to turn the stuff into text. We made into text. You can post in written form. This would be great. Any community engagement is super nice for me. For me. I'm very glad to have anyone else engage. We have the requests and we have the services now. If we add one, we have a provider and we have a price. Let's add some random service. Actually, let's do it from the other one so I can book it. And you see now you have the UUID as the primary key, which is you can share this easily without telling the users how many entries you have. For example, if you share this to a user and it only says 7, for example, and now there are only 7 people to use this, so maybe this is not for them interesting. Okay, but let's go to the site and create a new template, make a new directory for plowing, make plowing home .html. This, of course, give me the stuff. It's super easy. It extends the base. I have no idea. I shouldn't actually even accept this. These are available. Services. Actually, let's do the colon outside the translation task. We actually need to load translation. Okay, let's keep this where it is. Go back to views of plowing. Make the plowing home. This is not even real. I don't get it. Why it can't stale the scan the files in my file system. I think I even gave permission for something like this. We need to import the HTTP request, right? What's more, we care about available services, which is of course plowing service. All this is not correct, but let's go from there. Something's missing here, nothing's missing here. Let's actually filter stuff, right? Which plowing services are available? We don't have an available What AI am I using with PyCharm? I'm using GitHub Copilot, but I'm not very happy. Okay, let's filter. Or actually, let's not filter, let's exclude. We just exclude where the provider is the request user. Okay, that's good, that's fine, that's fine. Add this here, available service, great. We have, here we have four, I didn't even know that it has completion here, honestly. For service in available services, we end for this. We do, okay. All right, this works, I guess. We have billing here, we duplicate this, we rename this to plowing. We go back, do we have an URLs file yet? We didn't even have an URLs file. Copy this from billing, because this is faster. Of course, we're gonna call this plowing. Okay, don't care about this. It says plowing. Home. Import this. Kill the other imports. Why can't you not delete this? Okay, we need to go to our very base. All right, so we're gonna substitute all billing with plowing, please. Great. Now we have a plowing over there. Hit plowing. Oh, in the base file, this should also say plowing. So if we hit here, we get plowing, no reverse from services not available function. Plowing home. What? Service? All right, okay, obviously this is bullshit. Let's remove this. These are available services are there. The service doesn't even have a name, right? Did I give the service a name? Is it called name? No, it only has a price. Well, let's fix this. Where are we? Plowing models. I'm just gonna use a shortcut. Of course, the service should have some identifier. We have, give it a name. Let's give it a name. Like, I don't know why it keeps suggesting me 50 for length. All right, we kill the server. We make our migrations again. This migration will not work. Oh, actually, it did not work. Correct. Because it is a required field and it doesn't have a default. Yeah, default plowing service. Very, very creative. I like this. All right. Let's keep this up. And it should. Very good with a plowing service here. It doesn't lead anywhere, but it's great. Okay, now we have the, let's do a plowing detail service. View. Of course, we could use the class-based view for a detailed view. I don't really care. You do what you do. I say plowing service. I also want the service ID, which is not an integer but a string. We pass here, we copy this, we suggest me something nice. I just want the same path. Yes, but of course not plowing home. Great. We don't need this. We will need this. We don't need any of the other stuff. Okay, plowing service. So I mean, we can use the get. Oh, let's use this. Maybe this is nice, or maybe you don't care about this. I don't know. Holy crap! This is probably the worst documentation that I've seen. This is what I care about. You do this, you do your class, and then you do your arguments, right? So plowing service, we want to have this, then it is a plowing service. Exactly. The thing is, I'm going to show you, if it doesn't exist, it automatically raises a 404, and you can then safely assume that it exists here, right? Difference is, if you were just to use objects.get, and it would not find anything, it would throw an error, which then of course on the production side would tell you that it's just a oops 500 thingy that would be logged by Sentry, of course. So you would instantly know what the problem is. But knowing what the problem is doesn't mean you can always fix it, right? So this is only because if you have an app that's tailored for one user, okay, fine. But if you make a mistake, and it's on a live site with 5,000 users, for example, they will spam you to death. Okay, so get object or 404 is great. Using this is I think it's really nice. Okay, so we have the plowing service now, and maybe we can actually make this a bit easier, like plowing service, or let's just yeah, let's do a shortcut. Why not? Go with plowing home, and instead of a service name, we call this request this service, right? Then we can do in the URL, we do something, we do plowing service, and what we also need is a service dot private key, a primary key, sorry. Request, you see the URL? Exactly. You can go here. Fine, this is completely fine. What this told us is that we didn't actually return anything here. Now we want to create one, right? And there is a variety of things we can do here. Like if we want to, this is just a GET request, so maybe this isn't the best, but well, you want to change this to a POST request. It doesn't really matter for the sake of learning this. We have the service here. We can now start creating a service object. Correct. Let's do this. We have plowing request. Holy no. Oh boy. I wish there was a way to hide this, but if I hit escape, then I am out of the edit mode. Maybe it doesn't even plowing request, or maybe I was. It does exist. I want to import. What? Oh, I'm an idiot. Okay, I see what's happening. Object to create. The service requester is the user. This is fine. And actually, we don't need to save this, right? We just let's use the integrated messages to show you something more. We can do messages.add. Yeah, okay, great. We do this. What is messages? It is to be added from Django contrib messages, and you will see in a second what it does. Return redirect to plowing home. Okay, this is fine. We import this from shortcut. Yep. Okay, great. A nice little toast. Yep. There's a long message. Yeah, Animal, I'm very happy that you like it. That's the reason why I'm doing this. Let's hit this up again. Your request has been sent to the service provider. Okay. There's a request indeed for this service by this requester, and very good. I will now switch this. This is of course, that's just a trick here, so we can actually get something else to work. And instead here, and in the service, I'm also gonna switch this. What it does is, if I go to plowing here, there is no available service because I am now the actual service provider. These are available services, and sitting for this long is not recommended, really. Let's copy this. These are your current requests. Yeah, but I actually wanted to get stuff done today, so I actually have to do like the 6-hour stream, and I didn't even eat anything, right? I still have my breakfast here. I can't really show it without dropping it onto my laptop. But yeah, I guess I'll survive. Views here is plowing, home, available services. We also do available requests, right? For you, which is no, this is not correct. Not request. We want service underscore provider. Put this up there. Reformat. Thank you you're very welcome. Now we have available requests. Current for request. These are so easy, such easy things. I have no idea why Copilot can't suggest this. But then it hits me with like 30 lines of complete crap. Usually, of course, you would have to like have this into some fancy diffs where it doesn't look too crappy. But yeah, we see our current request is pending. Great, this is the view that doesn't do anything right now. And now I can manage the request. So how do we do this? Usually we would have a find box with 3 buttons that would tell us to 3 buttons that would actually say accept, show details, or whatever. Let's try something very easy for sake of being easy or quick. Put this up here. We just append something here. We say action is accept. How does this look? Super bad, but whatever. We duplicate this. Say we decline. Okay. I mean, all get requests is not that nice, but the action is... Yeah, I have no idea why this doesn't work anymore. That's just the syntax I'm used to, honestly. So that when the change status goes to completed, like accept change status, yeah, true. Thing is, I only have 45 more minutes until I have to go pick up my little boy from daycare or from kindergarten. So we just rush through this. And if action, or if not action, let's assume it works. If action equals accept, we do something. If yeah, we call it decline thing with us. This is easy. If we decline, we just use. I mean, yeah, can't give it a request. Yep, very good. I use. Oh, okay. This is of course not what we want. Call it peer request. We say. Actually, did we call it decline in the model? I'm not even sure. No, we called it rejected. Okay. Yeah. Let's also call this reject then. So this calls reject. Actually, so it should not have. Yeah, copying is always better. And we save this, of course, and then we redirect always home, which probably also means that available requests are also those. Actually, we only want to have like pending. So it's pending, great. Okay. So action request. This shouldn't do anything, but redirect me home. Great. This should reject. Yeah, let's reject this. No current anymore. This is the service. It's not a request. Request object. We put that back to pending. It's back here. Very good. And now we accept it. Yeah, let's do immediately after accepting. It's accepted. Then thing is, I think it would be pretty nice to go back here, have like saying is keep your models fat and your views slim. We do bill or charge customer. The user would be the user to charge is requester, right? So usually we should have ensured that the user has a valid customer ID and as a customer, right? We can actually make this return a boolean, and if it's called boolean, or is it bool is right? Yeah, bool is good. Return false at the base, and otherwise, let's go back to Stripe, see what we can do. Stripe, we want to charge a customer. Where can we charge a customer? Do we need payment intents, or can we do this differently? Can we just create an invoice or not? Automatic collection, yeah. Let's create an invoice. That'd be great. Auto advance means it's automatically collected. Great. So let's go with this Stripe. We import Stripe. Put this in a bit. This of course is from settings. Please be smart enough. Great. Which one? This one. Customer is a requester. Stripe customer ID. Of course, it's self-requester. And we said auto advance. Auto advance is true because the user has a valid credit card. Collection method is send invoice. Nope, we want to charge automatically. Charge automatically. Great, because are we good? Of course, we're not yet good because we need to set the amount. Currency will be the default currency, I think. We have to specify. Optional. Default set of customer, if not specified. Customer, I think we set euro for all the peeps. Okay. And Stripe will throw an exception if it doesn't work. But this is obviously not best practice here. But let's see if it works, and then we can update this. Okay. Sets to completed, and say can also have like a status which is says billing failed or something. Okay, so if status accepted, we want to do something different. Then we want to. Oh right, success, payment failed. So, okay, this is great. Let's do this. You may now plow. All right, let's go. A non-localized message though, but we take what we can grab now. We are here. We want to accept this and see what happens. Payment failed. What failed? The API key expired. No! We were too slow. Oh, where is it? Developers. This is a new interface, by the way, so I'm not used to this. Roll the key. We have, 1 hour is good. Why does it say 2 hours then? I think it only was good for 1 hour last time as well. Okay, boot this back up. These are services, I accept them. Payment failed. Why did it fail now? Unknown amount. Okay, it is not called amount. Why is it not called amount? Oh, right, because I don't charge for an amount, I charge for a product. Fuck. Items, where's items? Where's items? Or a product. Or something. Oh boy. This is the response. This is not helpful. Huh? Do we create an invoice and then finalize it? Okay, maybe we skip invoice. No, let's not skip invoice. We set a price for a service in the model? Yes, we did. Shipping cost. I mean, usually you put stuff onto the invoice, but maybe we have to add stuff then. I know you have to finalize the invoice. But if we auto advance it, we don't have to. Amount due, where is it? Am I blind? You mean this one? This is the response. We can't do the response. We need to tell it what's up there. Invoice items. Okay, maybe this. Lines of an invoice. Create an invoice item. Do we have to set the invoice to? Invoice optional. The ID of an existing invoice to add this invoice to, when left blank, will be added to the next upcoming scheduled invoice. This is something that I also did. Every time a user bought something, they would get this billed to their account like a tab, and at the end of the month they would collect everything. Okay, so we create an invoice item. Well, this only failed because we put here amount, right? So if we don't do this might actually work. But not successful. But it didn't work the way we intended it to work. Let's go payments. No, I don't care about payments. I care about the invoices. Where are the invoices? 10th November, that's today, right? Yeah, okay. So we have this invoice and this, yeah, you see there is a draft with this one, and it will be automatically finalized in 1 hour. And it will have zero, exactly. So what we actually care about, the request is still pending. We don't really did what we care about. So much crap here. We go back here, we create an invoice item. Like, do we have the price doesn't need this, right? We can also, yeah. Because you can either use the prices API from Stripe, or you can create your own thing. We're gonna create our own thing here because we don't have much time. Customer, we have this one. We don't care about this. We do amount. Nope. Actually, service price should be fine. I don't care about currency. We do add a description, of course. The description will be service name. And I think that's it. If we do it like this, we should be good. Because this means it adds an invoice, an outstanding. Yeah, we don't need to create a product. We could of course, but we don't have to. I hope the amount is the cents of the charge. Okay, never mind, it's in cents, so this is why this has been suggested. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you can cast it to an integer too. Okay, the amount, this is fine. You can create a product, and then you can, if you have a product, you can set the count for this, because we had a fixed product with a fixed, like one of them cost 80 cents, well, a digital product, a digital piece of paper pretty much, and hitting it would, and you would have like 1,000 of them in a month, and then you would just be billed for 1,000 of them. And we would use a Stripe product for this. So if this does create an invoice item, and this uses all invoice items that are there and bills them to the customer, if I am not forgetting something here. Okay, so we accept this. Payment failed. Perfect. Why? You must specify a currency. Yeah, we don't have. Why do we have to specify a currency here when we have a customer? Like, shouldn't it use the default of the customer? Do we have to specify it here too? I don't know. Let's specify it anyway. Okay, we are plowing. We have one current request. We accept this request, and it worked. You may now plow. I really like this. This was AI generated. This was not my doing. Where's Stripe? Where are the invoices? Please tell me there's a new invoice. Great. Why does it still have 0? Little customer, what is happening? Interesting. Let's have a look at the API again. Why this would not work? Create to be added to a draft invoice. No, the invoice will be the item of the next invoice created for the custom specified. Sounds like it should work, right? Okay, let's do this the other way around. Let's put this here. Say invoice is what we get from this. Specify an invoice here. See if this works. But from what I'm reading, this would say if no invoice is specified, will be the next invoice created for custom specified. So this should have been on this one. But it was unless the service is free. No, it's not free. Okay, let's do it like this. There's plowing request. This is still pending. Please refresh. Accept this one. Was successful here. It did. First create the invoice. Okay, let's see. It worked now. I have no idea why this didn't work before, but fine. Great, so this will be finalized and charged in 1 hour. If we are hasty to collect from our customers, we can also hit charge here and charge the customer now. Then this will also get an actual invoice number for your bookkeeping. Oh, great. So actually, let's switch back to the billing. Oh, please don't tell me I killed this. Okay, what's happening here? The base pie. Huh? Why is this a conflict? Yes, I want to keep the changes. Contents are identical, very good. I am now in billing and I hope I have the entire... Actually, why did I do this? Now let's go back to main. We create a new branch, which is called plowing. Because it wasn't really much for billing, right? Billing was already there. So we have stuff added. Add super basic plowing service. Okay, we push this onto the public repository. Plowing had pushed this less than a minute ago. We are happy with whatever we did, let's say. We create a pull request. We merge it, we're fine. Go back to the main branch. I mean, obviously you see this doesn't, I could have just pushed it to main, but ideally this would have been a bigger thing and you would work, maybe you would work over multiple hours. Wait, is it not here? I thought it would. Why is it not here? All right. This needs to go up there, of course. Yeah, I failed with the checkout. Apparently should have clicked on the other side. Okay, so where are we here? Can we kill this one first? Yeah, the merge failed. Why did it fail? Probably because of the same reason. With the label, yes. Let's hope the other one doesn't fail. How are we looking here? Hope this will be peachy. Yeah, very good. Okay, so we can go to our community page. We have a bad gateway. We have the servers down for 20 seconds, which is fine. Plowing. There's nothing here. Actually, I didn't have. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can create a model form to create a standard plowing service, right? I just remembered that I did this in the database. All right, great. So I think we have done most of. We didn't have a rating system yet. Yeah. I really didn't think that I would spend so much time explaining this in that much detail. But I could have talked a lot more about them, honestly. So what else is up? Stripe has been great. If you want to integrate Stripe, I would really suggest using this. How's it called? The portal? Is it called custom portal? Checkout portal? The checkout thingy. Use the checkout thingy. This is really great. You saw how super easy it was to set it up. Anyone can do this. It's really, really easy. And also the billing was super easy. Usually, I mean, I have a few more minutes. I'm going to talk about the product and the price that you have been talking. The reason why it's interesting is, see, you don't have any tags here. And this might be problematic because you usually want to create tags. You want to collect tags, or you maybe have to collect tags. You would go. This is a new interface, by the way, so sorry for being super slow. You would create a new product that you name super product. Product tags code. This is what I think I did for. I think this is the same that I did for my for the production usage. Say for example it costs 100 and the price is not included, which means it's a one-off product. So you can edit you can add it 5 times to an invoice, and it's linked to this tax code, which is fine. And here is you can add this product or this pricing, whatever you care about most. You can add this to your invoice. And if you create a payment link, this would look like this. Can I actually do something here? You collect tax automatically, which is great. If they're in the United States, I don't collect tax. Oh crap, I'm not sure if you can read this. I can barely read this myself. Actually, this is not what I care. I actually want to. I'm using a different thing on the. Yeah, tax is determined by billing information. There's stuff is missing here. There's different stuff. Or maybe this is just because it's a test product. It's on a test account. Let's have a look if this changes here. Yeah, here it says value added tax is additional 20%. This would be correct. I'm just rambling about products and how you would have Stripe automatically collect tax. Yeah, usually you can check you're using this for business, and then the tax would not be collected. You would have to provide your tax ID if you have one, and then you wouldn't have to pay tax for this. But it's very possible that this does not work with the test, stuff, with the test links, because it's told me to collect. Yeah, whatever. If you're looking at this later or coming back to this and you want this and this doesn't work, hit me up. I promise I'll get you going. Something different here? No, it's all the same text code, right? Yeah, and either of them really worked. I mean, the production ones did work. All right, so I'm basically just summing up what we did today, and I'm wrapping up the stream. I can actually walk to the kindergarten, have a bit of exercise today because I am merging with my chair. Let's actually see if my wife's in the viewer list. She says she would have a look and join in a bit. She's with our daughter away, so I can actually stream from home without any interruptions. She is not online. Or maybe she's not logged in. Maybe she's not logged in. Let's give her the benefit of the doubt. All right, so we can either, like, for 10 minutes or 9 minutes, like, talk about any fun stuff. I will actually move to the other screen because here you will see chat and you can see what we're interacting with. There's no more private stuff to leak. If you found this actually interesting, I've been getting a lot of good feedback here. Are you going to keep streaming? Not today, but this is really something I found enjoyable, even though it was only for 30 people at the peak. I understand this is European time and might be tough for some other people. Yeah, let's see how this goes. I really would like to keep streaming. The question is whether it's important like this for it to be super quiet around me. Otherwise, I might just do it in the office. Maybe also do some shorter streams. Because obviously I didn't do any other work today. I dedicated the entire work portion of my day to this, and usually I can't do this every day, obviously. But maybe we do some shorter streams or stuff. I'm really happy. You got up at 8:03 a.m. to watch it. All right. There must be some way I can give you a VIP thingy for this channel. I've seen this on other channels. Oh, holy crap. Can I VIP people? I probably can't. I apparently can't. Yeah, let's see if I can do this with /VIP. VIP username. Okay. Anyone that has been interacting will actually will be made a VIP. Hoist by Patrick. Is this correct? Am I butchering your name? Unable to add VIP. Visit the achievements page in the dashboard to learn how to unlock additional VIP slots. I'm not important enough to be making VIPs. I'm sorry. But I can give you a Discord VIP role if you want. I will actually make a VIP stream watcher role. Oh boy. What color do you prefer, peeps? What color? We have blue and yellow is taken. Blue and yellow is taken. Yeah. Django green. Oh, right, got it. Add some members. What's your Discord username, guys? Are you on the Discord server? I can't find you. Really? Probably because streaming mode is activated. Obviously, you are an active writer already. Same as here. Yeah, I think I can do it now that I disabled the streaming settings. Let's add members. Perfect. I got both of you. Anyone else from the 16 peeps that are here that are on Discord and want to have the VIP role, this is a limited offer for free. Toby, alright, gotcha. Let's see if I can find people from the viewer list. Trying using a different account? Yeah, just post it and I'm fine. Ilse I've seen already. That's unknown. Doomsday Fungus is also a cool name. Sadly not on the Discord. Miu, do we have a Miu? Nope. Different. Yeah, there's no chief on there. We have a Joseph. Nope. And before these are all fakes. Chemo Timo, yeah. Of course. He's very active in chat too. Yeah, I already gave you the role in Discord. I mean, you can't buy anything from it. Maybe in the future. Maybe we'll do some giveaways, why not? Drive some engagement that way. Mark something, nope. Murdochs. Gotcha. Goatee, no. Oh, Prairie de Maren, Schwesterkrank, alright. Don't have this one on Discord. Copenhagen soon. Maybe we do. I might actually visit next year or next calendar year. I live in Austria, which is in the center of Europe and not down under. You've been to Vienna? Yeah, Vienna's a pretty nice city, I have to admit. What did you like most? Have you been to any, like, of the more secretive locations? Which I wouldn't be able to name any, obviously, but... Oh, not Vienna, alright, sorry. I didn't even say that I was... No, I'm sitting in Vienna right now. Yeah, Vienna has been voted the most livable cities for a couple of years now, right? You really have to go to another city to really appreciate how awesome Vienna actually is. Because there's always, like, Austrians are, like, their main job is to like rant about stuff, never be happy, never be content with anything. I actually gained Twitter followers. I'm not sure. Are you guys using Twitter much? I have been using it in like a couple of years ago. Neusiedl am See. Yeah, it's pretty nice. The Neusiedler See, the lake there, is actually going back more and more, which is pretty sad. But depending on when you were there, you probably had a really good time. Yeah, it's really great. You can actually camp around the lake. It's really nice. Rent a small boat. Really cool. Just joined using your old account. I will give you the role immediately. There you go. Alright guys, I think I'm gonna call it. Huge thanks. Actually, I'm gonna look into the camera on purpose now. I've actually been always looking at the chat on my super old second monitor. Thank you Thank you so much, guys, for joining. This was really, really fun. Thank you for all the interaction. I hope you could learn a thing or two. If not, and you have anything else that we would like to do, um, please hit me up. I would really love to get this, keep this community going. One suggestion, which was really nice, is why not create a page from the community, with the community, and for the community. Like that's if you, I showed you, if you hit the full cycle dev.io website up, there's nothing on there, and why shouldn't we make something nice there? We could also use integrations for Discord, for Twitter, for whatever, for Substack maybe, all the publication platforms, and track the progress if there's more people joining or people leaving again. Yeah, review if you have questions, please go ahead and ask them. Maybe we should also do it different. Are you guys all from like same time zone as I am, or close to it? One person, of course, really shot in the opposite direction. I got up at 5 a.m. Maybe we should do it at another time. UTC +2, that's fine. Yeah, that's one hour off, I guess. Was a bit complicated, general view, yeah. Yeah, honestly, I didn't plan much for a stream because I actually wanted to be as authentic as possible. But I guess I should have wrote something down how or which parts to talk about in which order. I think it was a bit chaotic and it could have been better. Yes, I will upload the entire stream, but looking at the time, it's 6 hours and 6 minutes. This is super long. But maybe we can do some timestamps. I've seen this from other peeps, where you would just do timestamps where you can jump to the respective session. So, I think it's a good idea. I think I'll also do like some more overlay where over there's the some social links or how people can engage. But I will also read, if you're looking on YouTube right now, I will also be answering every YouTube question. I want you to try and get the cookie cutter part in writing. Very no wait, how do I say it in English? It would be very much appreciated. Good for a blog post, yeah, maybe. Well, maybe, of course. Did you see the other things that I've already posted? I have like, I wanted to make this a 6-part edition. Where am I? Things that I have to do, and I mean, the way we did it today was like it was really a crash course. We rushed through this. As I said, if I don't talk anything and I'm super focused, I could do this all in under 1 hour, without errors probably. And I wanted to get this all into writing. Yeah, true. And I also already did the first and second part in writing. Drodl, if you is it Drodl, or am I saying this wrong? Please correct me if I'm butchering your name. I don't want to do this. Okay, perfect. I have written the second part, but it's really, I want to say it's smallish or condensed. If you can come up with something better, David, yeah, I will be giving my best to remember your name. Yeah, have a read through. If this is fine, if this is bad, we can remove it. I can, from what I've seen, I can also give you the option to write blog posts under your name as a guest editor, which I think would be very fun because it's your work, so you should get credit and not me myself. Share the link. Yes, I mean if we hit socials, I think the Substack is there. Yeah, there's Substack. There's all my social thingies. It doesn't matter. You're not the expert yet. Ideally, you would all at one time be smarter than I am. I'm completely fine if anyone. I'm actually not fine. I'm super proud if anyone of you will surpass me. Yeah, of course, I will proofread what you post. This you can have a draft and we can edit it together. I think. I will make sure that it's factually correct to my best knowledge. But if any one of you does anything better than I am or than I do, I'm super fine. It's also the same. I have a little son and he's almost 3 years old. and I will be totally fine if he's doing stuff better than I will. That's I think this is great. I mean, if I didn't want any one of you to be as good or better as I, then I wouldn't be teaching anything or showing anything. If you will need any help, I will gladly take part if I can. Thank you. This is super nice offer. I really appreciate it. The next goals I think will be coming up with new content ideas, contents that I can create or that we can create as a community. I really don't need or want to be the sole frontman here. This is not the main goal, but I really wanted this like-minded people that either want to do this or do this what I do already, and grow together, because I'm very sure that there are enough areas that I can improve on too. But yeah, also like getting the word out might help. Telling a few more people. I haven't been advertising much. I did 2 posts on Reddit, I think, and this actually has. I mean, if we look on the Discord, this is really great. We have, where can we see the entire people without being able to, without having to calculate? It used to be here. We have 334 people. This is really great from just the one Reddit post. Really awesome. I was a bit hesitant to post somewhere else or elsewhere, because I don't want to be like seen as this kind of spammer. So I thought it might make sense to make this stream first. We peaked at 30 viewers, I think, which is great. And I think this is very realistic from the people we have, considering time zones. And this stream, even with your great engagement, makes this something that we can build off. This is some kind of credibility for the entire community. So the next time I post this somewhere, I have a better feeling, because I won't feel like I'm spamming something, because I'm actually providing what I promised. And even greater that you guys liked it. Really happy. Great first stream. Thank you so much. It was actually my first stream in 10 years. I had a look at my Twitch account, and there was a VOD when I was. I need to pick him up by 15:30, and I can either walk 10 minutes or drive 2 minutes by car. So I'm fine. I still have a bit of buffer. I need to put on some pants though. Where was I? Yeah, 10 years ago I did a Hearthstone stream. I was actually playing semi-pro Hearthstone back then. It's actually a huge blast from the past. Thought I was super old. Then I was talking to the admin on Discord, and he told me about something that he did 24 years ago. I'm only 28, so this is something that's completely. I'm 28. This is something that's completely different from my side. But 10 years ago, 10 years, man, this is really long. It's a really long time. I was doing my A levels back then, and I mean, in the tech world, does age mean that much? Honestly, I don't think you. Yeah, 41 is fine too. I'm not sure what to say. I think the age doesn't matter much, right? It all depends on how you play it and what's in your head. You're not in tech though, but this is even better. I really like to look outside the tech bubble. Really great. Yeah, you want to do the scraping thing, right? Am I getting this wrong? I've really come. Yeah, scraping, perfect. The job board, yeah. If you have any troubles, any hiccups, let me know. If you want to do this with the stack that I showcased today, I would be super happy. If you want to have this private and not show to the community, I can also understand it. If you want to make a profit of it. I have like 90 private repositories for every public one that I have. So I get it. But yeah, I'm at a place where I don't really. But this, I think this streaming and community stuff makes more fun than doing like. At least for now, they're doing stuff I usually did. I have some funny stories to tell. Maybe you guys like one of them or can share a tale on your own. Really happy. We can actually. I've seen this. I need to buy this Ultra Streamlabs thingy, but we could do co-stream. So if anyone would want to co-stream or have their face somewhere and we discuss this or that, I'm super down for this too. Yeah. What you said? Sorry. Um, I told you that just had to buy something. Yeah, I've seen. I mean, Deadman, also one of the more active users in Discord, gave me like a few tips how I don't look like the complete idiot streaming for the first time. And there, I'm using Streamlabs to stream, and there is of course a subscription service, and this gives me multi-streaming, so I can stream to Twitch and YouTube, for example. And I can also have multiple people join my stream and have their like in a Zoom call, for example. Yeah, that's cool. If we find anyone to do this, I'm super happy. Maybe we also like I've learned how to restructure all these things, but and there is the display capture, and please don't get dizzy, guys. We could like do something like this. Put this over there. Make this not as important. Have a few more guys around here. Whoa, this was not ideal. Talk about chat about stuff. Have a bit of some nonsensical fun. Yeah, maybe this makes sense. Yeah, let's work on ideas. Great. Okay, guys, I'm gonna wrap it up. Big thanks to anyone who joined, anyone who's looking in here now on a VOD, and for whatever reason kept looking until this. Yeah, give me a shout. Join on Discord if you want to read more of the business thingies, the business stories, and on the business side, what I've experienced. I will post mostly on Twitter. I have 19 posts on Twitter. I'm like Elon Musk. Yeah, have a nice day, guys. See ya. I need to find the end stream button. I found it. I'm gonna hit it. See ya. Bye.